that have helped her. So in this great journey, the people you have become, you had someone to stand on. So, I want you to imagine, how would your career look like if those persons were not in your life? And that reflective question will come to the numbers that we did on how many people in universities do not have mentors in their life. I'll pause a bit there so that I see people still bringing out there to scan. But the link, the QR code, we shall bring it again. But it has the survey questions. Please answer only one question at a time before we reach the other parts. Now I want you to imagine 2030, 5 years from now, we are going to be in general elections. What headline do you want to be? Do you want to see in mentorship? What do you want to hear about mentorship in 2030? Or what is going to be there in 2030? It is the same link, it has those same questions. So you can answer those two questions. Then we shall show them at the end. And we see what we're all thinking about in the next 5 years on the status of mentorship in Africa here. One of the main things about mentorship is that talent is distributed evenly, but mentors are not. Mentors are scarce. And then, how do we make these mentors that are not available, that are scarce, that are dispersed, be available for a large number of people on the continent to benefit from them? So this is the African picture and why we need mentorship. How big is the problem of workforce? Yesterday we were talking about competency, migration of skilled health workers from Africa to the other continents. So how is mentorship going to be supposed to help them stay here and retain our trained workforce here in Africa? So another speaker yesterday mentioned the shortage of health workforce. But the shortage is not only a training problem, because we produce so many graduates each year, and most of them are either unemployed or move out of the continent. They are doing UCMLE, PLAB, AMC, and they are leaving. 46%, almost half of the health workers we train, they intend to migrate and leave Africa. Let us reflect on that. For every, let me say, 1,000 graduates from Makerere University, 500 of them are leaving Africa. Yet, we still need these students, these trained personnel, to be retained in Africa. Why do we need to retain them? We are running at less than half the workforce we need. And that's why we are suffering the burden of communicable diseases. Staffing rate here in Uganda is less than 30%, even at regional referral, at national referrals. But we have the health workers. Remember we said, what do you want to imagine in 2030? But in 2030, we have a projection of Africa being short of 5.8 million trained health workers. Now imagine that Africa in 2030. Even the 5 million that we shall recruit, remember half of them will want to move out. So the burden will be very high. So our problem is not training, because we are channeling out very many skilled health workforce. But why is it that the skilled workforce is running away from Africa? Are they not prepared for the situation that is in Africa after studying? So keeping them here is where mentorship earns its money. This is a study at Makerere University recently, and it was published on BMC on mentorship. Most of the people at the College of Health Sciences were willing to mentor, but were unskilled in mentorship. Some had served as mentors, but there was no formal structure. Others didn't know what mentorship means. They could not separate mentorship from supervision or teaching. So even where mentorship exists, it runs on goodwill. It's personal initiative. We don't have a structured way in our institutions for mentorship. We have very few mentors on the continent, and most of them don't have time. And lastly, the mentorship that goes on is informal. There's no structure. There's no framework. No logistical support. It is mentee-driven. I see Professor Elsie Chuguli, and I'd be like, I think she can mentor me. Then I approach her on my own. That is one of the quotes from the study at Makerere University. Even at postgraduate, not even at undergraduate. Postgraduate students just approach me personally for help with writing proposals, abstracts, and demand becomes overwhelming. What happens when all the students go to Associate Professor Rose or Dr. Kayondo? So we have here deans and different universities. We go to the next question. In your institution, is mentorship a system or an accident? Do you have formal mentorship for the students in your universities? Nobody here is grading the university, so please feel free. So we asked this question in 2022, and that led the creation of MEDEX Mentor. So these pictures, these people here, I've seen Professor Jane Kengea, Prosi from Seed Global, pharmacist here, Dr. Ngonzi, and these students behind are the first cohort from MEDEX Mentor. And we are going to look at their journey and their stories and why mentorship is very important. We had a baseline study at Mbarara University before we rolled out this mentorship to understand the demand. Over 100% of the students, we surveyed 283 students, and this study is available on BMC if you want to quote it. All the students wanted a form of structured mentorship, but only 15% had a mentor in their life, either formally or informally. So you can see that very big gap. You can imagine. 15 out of 100 students have mentors. And these mentors, to get the 15, we had to make sure that any kind, whether informal or formal, you reach out, is not the frequency. And you see, many of our trained health workforce we are channeling up. They just undergo training, but they are not prepared for the dynamics that they find in the real world that you mentors are aware of. This training could support and reduce on some of the challenges we are seeing here. The students were more than ready to commit time to engage in this mentorship. And we got the highest numbers from second year students at Mbarara University. So as early as second year, students are already interested in mentorship, and that the earlier we get it, the much better for the students as they grow up. And they were interested in these general surgery, internal medicine, obstetrics and gynecology. That was the picture for the people in the preclinical years. Then the others were opting to go for public health and other. So that birthed the student-led structured mentorship that we started at MEDEX at Mbarara University in February of 2022. I was still a student at Mbarara University, and most of my colleagues also at Mbarara University, and we started MEDEX Mentor. So we started it at the Faculty of Medicine with Dr. Ngonzi, and we formed an interim secretariat. How did it run? We had two models, a didactic model. We had one-on-one pairing and a group mentorship that was either physical or online, on webinars, on Zoom. The one-on-one, we paired the students with mentors. I'll come back to this. So we had 80 mentees in that first cohort, but 48 of them were paired with mentors. And in total recruited 24 mentors. These were spanning all across the disciplines. And so the 80 people, not all the students were paired with one-on-one mentors because of shortage of the mentors, as we reflected and talked about. And we have some of the topics that were done under group, like goal settings, planning, leadership, personal branding, financial habits, health entrepreneurship, grant writing workshops, CV, and soft skills. These are relevant topics outside the training that are very important in life, on top of the training of how to treat a malaria patient, how to operate, carry out a cesarean section. Since then, we've established university chapters across 14 universities in 7 African countries: Tanzania, Ethiopia, Sierra Leone, Kenya, Burundi, and Nigeria. We didn't start MEDEX Mentor to remain at Mbarara University only. We started MEDEX Mentor to reach out to all of Africa, to support all of Africa, and to engage all of Africa so that students benefit. So the first study where I quoted the percentages of the attitudes and the knowledge and the interest in mentorship is here. It's open access, you can access it. And we are one of the few people that have done some research on mentorship in Africa. There's paucity of data on mentorship in Africa. Then the other one was the lessons we learned from implementing MEDEX Mentor. So we are documenting our progress and our findings for anybody there to use and to build the case for mentorship in Africa. So we have had 3 attempts at the same problem. We've tried the MEDEX structured mentorship that was mainly driven by the Secretariat, and we shall see the problems, the challenges we faced, especially communication, follow-up, and also then we partnered with AFREhealth students community to run the AFREmentor project, which we have just concluded. And that will lead us to the MEDEX GPT, leveraging the emerging technologies. So it wasn't doom and gloom. Why we are not still using the MEDEX mentor model at the very start. We got some improvements, knowledge gains, better grasps of planning, and members updated their CVs, soft skills, they started applying and thinking of careers outside medicine, or where careers medicine can support them. Some students started their own personal branding. Dr. Felix here will tell you that he is able to design graphics very well. But that's not something he was trained in medical school. That was gotten through mentorship to build those other skills. So some of the challenges, we enrolled 80 mentees, but half of them turned up for group sessions. Half of them had meetings in 6 months with their mentors, one-on-one. Few had productive meetings with their mentors. And only 27% of them, of the one-on-one, the 48 that were paired mentors reached their mentorship goals. We did not structure these mentorship goals for the students. They decided it between them and their mentors. I'm going to end with Dr. Nampija Mariam Priti. She's a pharmacist who was at Bara University. This is her story. 6 months down the road, I can now confirm that joining MEDEX Mentor was one of the best decisions I've ever made. I attended very educative and essential life skills for survival in life, especially after school. They opened my eyes to the current trend in the job market. Soft skills such as CV writing, grants writing. I got to expand my social capital through meeting various mentees and mentors during the workshops we had. In conclusion, I would recommend this program to all the students. It's a must-do. Some mentees, some of these are quotes in the implementation insights, the project, the paper we wrote. A mentee who was 23 years said about the mentor, she understood and guided me on whichever topic I brought up. And so it made it easier for me to open up about what I was finding difficult. Another mentee, before I joined, I wasn't intentional about many things I wanted to achieve. I learned to break goals into smaller ones and translate them to each day and month. So that is something that you will not learn in the classroom. That is something that a mentor will tell you and will affect your whole life and impact on how much you can achieve. Personally, I learned saying no as an atomic habit because I used to say yes to everything that comes my way. And that part has enabled me to focus on what I need to focus on and not take up anything. And that is a quote. Associate Professor Rose told it to me in 2022, but up to now it still lives with me and it guides me. You cannot quantify that saying to a person and how much it affects a student and where they can achieve. So the AFREmentor project, this is between MEDEX Mentor and AFREhealth, because we had a lot of challenges with the one-on-one and the group mentorship. So we decided to partner with AFREhealth, and we created interest groups, research interest groups on non-communicable diseases, maternal health, reemerging AMR, emerging infections and antimicrobial resistance, mental health in medical schools. So we had these groups of interprofessional students, nurses, across doctors, pharmacists. It was designed that way, to have a mix of years, not all of them coming from 1 year. And it was supposed to run for 6 months, but we ran it from August up to July this year. And students were paired with mentors, but also they had a supervisor from on the team. The mentors were obtained from AFREhealth, and I think some of them are here that mentored the students across the... So we had 2 sessions. The students could meet up with their mentor on their research. They were supposed to develop scoping reviews or systematic reviews under their topics and theme. And we had also group sessions that we're covering. We're going to see in the next one. So I'm sorry about the projection here. It's not clear on this screen, but it's clear on my screen there, down here. So we had topics ranging from research, introduction to research, literature review techniques, but also it was blended with topics on networking. Professor Elsie Chiguli also, thank you for being part. She made a presentation on networking and collaboration in Africa, nationally and globally. These are some of the things they do not teach in rooms, and they're very important. So the students have benefited from this. But also, if you look closely, I don't know, down here, we developed a score sheet, and we have been innovating around having an automatic follow-up and monitoring for the students, the trackers, the attendance, the curriculum, the dashboard, which we employed in this model. But still, we got the same challenges across all of them. Communication was inconsistent. Messages were unanswered. Momentum between sessions died because it involved a person, an individual in the loop to do that, to follow up with the mentors, to follow up with the mentees. Reminders. Scheduling, students had clinical rotations, exams, time zones. So we had mentors in Zimbabwe, Zambia, Ghana, and also students from those universities, not only Uganda. So it also depended on the person, the structure, where the program stalled when the secretariat got busy, because this was pro bono work. We volunteer and we do it because of the passion. And so we have to also, we have jobs to do. We try to make evaluation along the journey, but it's mostly retrospective. So every one of those 5 failures is the same failure. The scarcest thing a mentor has is not knowledge, it's availability. Most of the mentors are busy. So we're thinking around to innovate. What can we do to make sure that the scheduling, the communication, and the availability of mentors is on at the same time? This is the checklist of what broke during the AFREmentor and the MEDEX-mentor models. Communication was inconsistent. We need someone that is always on and supports at any time. Scheduling was hard to make, but we want something that can automatically work with the mentor and the mentee's schedule on the calendar. Follow-up was hard, even when we assigned each group a supervisor. We need some automatic prompts or automatic to help us with following up of students. The structure was dependent on a person. If the mentor is not available, if the secretariat is busy, then work doesn't go on. Evaluation was retrospective. Some of the findings are missed in that. Recall bias. And so, we thought we have AI coming up, one of the emerging technologies. How are we going to innovate around AI to support mentoring? You have seen it is important, you have seen it is banned, and also you have seen the challenges. Over 4 years we have been engaged in mentoring. So one AI assistant can help mentor 1,000 of students at once. That's the importance of technology and machine. And that's what we are going to learn and co-create today about. And so let us stop describing and let us show you the AI mentor, and we see whether it can help us on the continent. I'll let Felix take over from here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paddy. Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Dr. Felix Oriono. I'm a medical doctor. I just finished my internship a few weeks back. Yeah. Yes, please. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Yes. So I was a mentee and a MEDEX mentor as well. I was part of the cohort, the first cohort, and I can say I learned a lot. Some of the skills that I have today that have enabled me develop some of these things that I have were from MEDEX mentor. So the problem that we faced as MEDEX mentor was not really availability of mentors or the mentees that needed the mentoring. As Dr. Paddy has shared, the mentors are there, they're available, they want to do the job. The mentees are there, very hungry for the knowledge. We have tried putting them together to make things work, but we have had our challenges. So we present our solution, which is MEDEX GPT. I think we can project that screen. So this here is the dashboard of MEDEX GPT on the mentee side. This is what it looks like. Very welcoming, very spirited. So what this does is that a mentee registers with the GPT, a mentor also registers with the GPT, and then we have an administrator on one end. So we made this platform for organizations, for universities, and for different institutions. How this does it is, a person signs up, enters the platform will mark you as a mentee when you enter. So the admin can then go to the background and change. Let me say if Professor Clark, for example, registered on the platform, I as an admin can go to the back end and change her as a mentor. After that, the magic happens. The MEDEX GPT then pairs a mentee and a mentor depending on what they have uploaded on their profile. So the profile section contains the bio, the university where you're from probably, your interests, your goals, and also your social media profiles. That is your LinkedIn, your X account. So what you post, what you're interested about, the AI is able to pick out all of these things. The same thing happens on the mentee side. Then it pairs two people together, two like-minded people that are able to flow in a mentorship relationship. So when I come here to the mentee portal, so this says, good morning, Felix. I think the top part. Good morning, Felix, ready to make today count. So when you see here the first part, it shows here that physical meeting. So you can click on this. A physical meeting enables, let me say, for example, I meet my mentor today. I'm able to record this session. It's a physical meeting. I'm able to have a recording, and this is kept in the background of this AI. It's recorded, both in transcript and also in audio. So you can revisit this. After that, you can also have this AI read through what you discussed and suggest next steps forward. That is the magic of the Medex GPT. You can close this. The next is the online meeting. So in the online meeting, you can start an instant call with your mentee as a mentor. You can schedule a call. This is one of the problems that we had with the physical mentorship sessions. You're not able to come up with a schedule to match each other's busy schedules. So you can schedule a session. So this will be your session. You can set the date, and then this will be pinged to the mentor. The mentor can adjust accordingly, or the mentor can schedule, and the mentee can also suggest different ways to adjust. And in this, you're able to create a plan for your mentorship. So that is the scheduling tool. You can close that. Yes. So this is the scheduling section. You can see there. This is your calendar. It will show you upcoming sessions. It will show you deadlines with assignments. Okay, let's go to the next call hub here. Right here. You can see my button. This part? Yes. So this is where the mentee is able to get their sessions that they had before and be able to go through them again, listen to them, or ask the Medex GPT to summarize and be able to give next actions. The section next to it below that, this is the learning hub for the mentee. In the learning hub, we added something called the AI learning path. In this AI learning path, a mentee is able to learn different skills generated by the AI. So I know a lot of times you go online, we're able to learn different things. You can type to ChatGPT, tell me about research. Now, this structures it in a way that it gives you topics. Let me say I want to learn about research. It gives you different topics that you're able to cover over a period of time. If you want a 6-week learning plan, it can still create for you. It will embed assignments within that you will be able to do. And all of this will still go to your scheduling, whereby you will see that I have a pending assignment I'm supposed to have done by this day. So you can scroll up. Now when you scroll up, it will save under modules. Click modules. So I played around with the AI learning tool, and I was able to create 2 modules for myself using the AI. That is project planning and research methodology. In that I was able to actually do them, and you can see the progress is right there. It will show me how I've performed, and to do all that. Next is assignments, the other side. Assignments is a part of in the learning tool. Let me say, for example, a mentor wants to give an assignment to a mentee on a particular topic they discussed within a meeting they had. He's able to upload that assignment, and the mentee will be able to see it right here and submit that assignment as well. A deadline will be placed by the mentor, and it will still appear in the scheduling calendar that you have a deadline for this day. Then finally, resources under the Learning Hub. A mentor can upload videos for a mentee to learn, can upload articles, can upload documents, and also links to YouTube videos, links to articles outside, links to a good read that a mentee can actually come later on and go through and maybe submit feedback. Next is the journey. This below here in the left tab. This now tracks your journey. As Dr. Paddy had said, we didn't have a way of tracking how our mentees are progressing, how the mentors are progressing in the mentorship journey, and this helps to do that. Onboarding, skill building, application and reflection, and then program completion are set by the admin of the organization. This is set by the admin, and we're able to track that progress automatically and tell you how far you've reached. Next section is the communication hub. Down. In this communication hub, we wanted to fix the problem of communication in an organization between mentees, between mentors, and also administrators. So within the communication hub, we have announcements. So admins are able to make announcements for all members within the platform. Those are mentors, those are mentees. So that is an announcement. So a mentor can receive a message from the admin probably that, guys, have we concluded last week's challenges for the relationships that we have? Then we have the general group where everyone is able to upload their messages and information. You have the mentees hub. Organization mentees are able to help each other, ask questions, and find way forwards from their peers. Even the mentors have their hub. And then you have different direct messages you can send to each other in the platform. And this is all within the platform. Then finally, the scheduling tool that I talked about down here, the calendar here. This shows you what you have scheduled. Those are assignments, those are sessions with your mentor, those are deadlines for your assignments, and so many others. And all of this give you notifications. Not only on your phone, but also emails. You can receive emails that you have a pending deadline coming up. You have a session coming up with your mentor. So this is an automated system that fixes a number of the challenges that we have faced before with the structured mentorship that we had, and also with AFREmentor. So this is MEDEX GPT. The GPT is entangled within the framework of the whole platform. So let's go up there. There's MEDEX GPT at the top navigation bar, right there. So that is our MEDEX GPT. It says, morning, Felix. Let's give your mentee move a clear shape. So I can ask it anything within the platform. So I can just come up there and type a message. What did I learn in my last session with my mentor, and what can I do next? It will bring up everything. Right now, I don't have any sessions with a mentor, but it would do that if I had a session with a mentor. But also, I can ask it different questions about research, about project management, and so many other things I need help with in life. If I want to update my CV, and because you channel your social media accounts as well, it can go through those and give you information how you can improve your LinkedIn profile to get a job. So it's integrated within the framework of the whole platform. And you can have this at your organization today. We are really rolling it out. It is functional, and it does work. Thank you so much.
I see people are coming back. So we are going to the tail end of the presentation because we have a lot of issues with AI, hallucinations. We want to know what would you want to have in such a platform. What are some of the ethical issues, talking about use of the information that we have, making it local, not sending it to outside servers, protecting data, and so many others. So we want to co-create, and if you can put back the slides, please. We get this feedback from you. So we have talked about it. It does registration and automatic pairing. So these are some of the questions. And on the same link, what do you like about the platform from where you sit? As an academician, as a health educator, as a professor, as a policy person in education, as in capacity, as a mentor, as a mentee. The next question, the barriers. What are some of the barriers and facilitators you think with creating such a platform? And we are going to share some of these on the mentee, that link we have shared with you. And maybe we shall also get some feedback and questions on that. What are some of the possibilities do you see beyond what we have demoed today on the MEDEX GPT? Maybe you are thinking too low. We can even make it greater than this. Are there some current gaps that we have not addressed in this AI mentor that we have developed, and we can think about beginning them. So still on the same link, the QR code is there. So this is for students and early careers. It is for faculty and educators, and also researchers and policy. We have a challenge of how do we measure the impact of mentorship longitudinally over a long term? That has been a question that was raised as we are starting. We can say, okay, we have 24 students, all the 24 graduated. That is a simple way of measurement. But how do we measure the impact of mentorship over a long period of time? And this is one of the ways, because it is longitudinal, it is real-time measurement. And you can track the student you can also track your students at the faculty. After they have left your university, where do they end up with? These are some of the possibilities. And you see the trends of where your students are going. So those are some of the potentials we look at in this. So we want something that is a quick win for us. High need technology, and everyone wants it. So we shall map up this basing on the results. And we'd like to end, what is the biggest opportunity you see with this AI-enabled mentorship on the continent of Africa? We are not thinking Uganda. Unfortunately, for us, we are thinking Africa. Yes. So we invite questions, but I want to remind you that 283 students told us they wanted mentorship and mentorship mattered, but only 15% of them had a mentor. So we have a real issue here. So thank you. And I want to thank the AFREhealth students community and AFREhealth in general, the MEDEX mentor team for persevering since 2022, working on this problem. I want to thank Seed Global Health that facilitated our inauguration and continued supporting us up to now. And I want to thank our esteemed mentors. I'm seeing Dr. Rose, Professor Elsie, Associate Professor Rose Clark, Dr. Data, Dr. Jonans, Bara University, for supporting us this far. So, thank you. And we invite any questions as we set up the Mentimeter to see your feedback from the QR code we shared. All right. We have so many questions. I don't know. Okay, people are here. She was first. Disclaimer, we don't know everything. We are students. We are not students. Okay, we finished.
Thank you very much. And thank you for a good presentation. And it's good to see that students are active about mentorship. My name is Margaret Lubwama. I am a medical microbiologist with Makerere University, and I am very passionate about mentorship. So the first question I have for you is, why did half the students fall out from the mentorship program that you had designed initially? And do you think that even if you have the AI model, students will still fall out based on the same challenges? And then the second question that I have is, what do you think about peer mentorship? So the students that were mentored in that program that you had initially started, do you consider them as mentors now? Can they go ahead and mentor the students that are coming in just because of the mentor to mentee ratio? And then the last question is, some of the challenges that mentors have is that students think that they are their tutors and their managers. And so the relationship between mentee mentorship is not clearly outlined. So how does your program try to address this? Thank you.
All right, I think I'll share, and people don't listen to my voice only, and the team here. So the challenges, why half of them dropped, we had challenges with follow-up, with the mentors and mentees, it was individual. We had members on the team that used to call the mentors and the students. Have you met up? What did you discuss? So it was tasking. So we believe, and also doing the reminders. So we believe this technology pops up automatic reminders, and he did mention something about streaks. We also have streaks so that you make sure that you keep your streak continuing and going. So we believe this will prompt the students to take effort and initiative. And it doesn't rely on an individual or a human person in the loop. I can forget, but the system doesn't forget. It will always remind you. On the issue of mentor-mentee relationship, before we have the mentors and mentees paired, we undergo what we can kind of say introduction. We have introduction of mentors and mentees, and we train the students how to interact, what to expect, how that mentor-mentee relationship is held, not to go beyond boundaries. But also we are exploring partnerships with some universities and other organizations under mentorship. We are going to have a training, we are going to have scholarships for mentors and mentees. And some of these resources are going to be available on the platform, on our channels, so that students know, what do you expect from me as a mentee? What do you expect from me as a mentor? And that's how we shall work on that relationship. Yeah. I think there was a third question. Are you going to take it? Okay. Can press.
My microphone is already booked, so.
Mentorship? I think the question was about peer mentorship.
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Jonathan Mulonje here. So for those that had been in the earlier bit of our mentorship, we believe that they can actually be able to actually mentor others. We've been able to pair them with different mentors. Those are for the mentees across different spheres of their interest. And that is not only, these are mentors who are not only just in Africa, but actually across the world. So we believe that the knowledge they've already been able to get, they can actually be able to impact. And of course, some of these mentees, some of them have actually already joined our team. And that kind of enables us to impact knowledge and also carry it on from one who has learned and also carry it on to even others. So we've been able to actually continue that. Thank you so much.
Just to give you a picture, Felix here is Dr. Felix now.
Yes.
He was a mentee and a MEDEX mentor, but he's also working as a peer mentor and still on the team.
Yes.
We have others like Dr. Mujeni Nathan is now a lecturer, and also so we follow up our cohorts. We have a group and we still use them in our mentorship. Yes, next question.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. I just wanted to know how, this is a very good system, if it could also be pushed to the actual practitioner space, health practitioner space. Because as you heard yesterday, support supervision for health facilities is very critical. But the biggest challenge is normally the follow-up and making sure that people are able to track their progress. So I don't know if you've done some kind of pilot work in how this can be scaled to real health facilities, because this is a real challenge, making sure that the health workers have skills and we can follow up on the issues that they normally present. So have you done some kind of pilot work with and other scenarios in the health practice?
No.
Then maybe, that's a no, but maybe the other thing also is how do you handle issues of information security? Yeah?
Yes.
Because people have their details going in, and how do you handle that in terms of how you've set up your system?
So I'll let Felix to handle, but we are now limiting ourselves to mentorship because that is our focus. But if the system can be taken up by other people and be used elsewhere, it's okay. For us, we want to make sure that each student on the continent of Africa has a Professor Rose, has a statement from Dr. Rose, Professor Kiguli, Dr. Kumba Kumba, Dr. Kayondo, and they get, and the rest. So, yeah, so privacy.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So in terms of data privacy, we did an intensive research on a health grade kind of privacy system that collects your data and is able to have it without leaking outside. So that's what we're using right now. We're using actually a health grade privacy system, a database that collects all the information. And on top of that, the same system can work for different platforms. So we also use organization level scrutiny to separate data from organization to organization so that we don't have crossover of information. Yes, so we have a database that we use that is health grade to store all information. And actually, the system runs on a subscription base to different organizations if you're to take it up in your organization. So this keeps us, this funding, this subscription money that comes in is able to run the database and keep the security going. Yes.
Right. Judy has a question
And
for us.
another thing that the question also we had with the GPT, AI collecting my information and using it for learning. No, we also when we're purchasing the AI that we use on the platform, we're very clear about that. So we pay for it so that they don't use it for learning. So that is out of the question. They don't collect any information for training the AI. The model we bought, we trained it ourselves to particularly do mentorship and know about Medex Mentor and the platform. So it keeps training itself within the platform as you interact with it, and also builds itself and its knowledge. So it's not trained outside, it's within, yes.
Right. Judy?
Thank you very much for an informative session. It was very interesting for me, and I congratulate these young people for that. I want to ask, when we look at mentorship, particularly for someone who I can say I'm old school, how do you deal with because it appears from what you said, your outputs are only academic. So you've shown us all the papers you've published and the BMC journals you've published in, but then mentorship sometimes is more than just that. There's often a social, whether we like it or not, a relationship. So how do you deal with that within this model? And so what other aspects of the mentorship captured, apart from just saying I published a paper, I was mentored in my nursing or my midwifery or my medicine, to being able to be confident or to present well or to have good presentation skills, to have integrity, to have good ethics in my profession. There are many, many things that go to making you a health professional apart from just the academics. Yes. And so does this system go beyond that? And then number two, how do you get your mentors? So how do you know that Judy is a good mentor? That then she becomes your mentor. Not just saying, just because you're Professor X doesn't mean you're a good mentor. Yes. So what is the criteria for mentorship so that it is even ethical and it is having, it can pass the test? That when we say, oh, so-and-so was mentored by so-and-so, is there a yardstick that you can say, yes, this was a good mentor, so we know the product is a good product? Because if you say I was mentored by so-and-so and the peers are saying, I wonder why so-and-so, then I'll have a challenge with you, the product, because I'm like, if that was your mentor, then I have a problem. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Judy. And I was worried to bring interesting questions and having uncomfortable conversations. But that is the direction to go. So, more than just academic output. Yes. I think you missed the slide on the AFREmentor sessions. We had blended learning, research, and professional training with soft skills and other social skills that are important. Like professors, we talked about networking, we talked about personal branding in all these sessions. Problem is to track, and that is why we have this AI to help us track some of this. We used to have to follow up with students. Are you still in touch with your mentor? Did you meet? What did you talk about? So doing it manually is very hard. But I'm also a product of Associate Professor Rose. You can look at how my speech is. I'm not hesitating. And so, yes, I have to praise my mentor here. But also we had a criteria for selecting mentors. There's a criteria on availability, impact, track record that we followed in recruitment. Then also we have a training on mentors. That is what is coming up, so that you are aware of what you are supposed to do. Okay. I think our time is getting done. We had one more question from her, if you could allow.
Okay, yes, the last question.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request that you hold. The Prime Minister is here. And I request that we stand up and give her a standing ovation. The Right Honorable Prime Minister is right in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for none other than the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Robina Nabanja. Thank you for coming. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We are so grateful as Mbarara University. We are grateful as AFREhealth. We are grateful as African universities and the Global North. We couldn't see this happen without you. And we appreciate that you're here, energetic as you are, always vibrant. Yes. Yes. I request the other protocol, Professor Sewankambo, Judith, please come and sit on the extreme, and Georgina, Professor, and Madame Sarah, the Vice Chair to Council. We'll stay standing for the anthems. In the order of Uganda,
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
The anthems are the prayers that we have just heard. The Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, the Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, the President of AFREhealth, Professor Nelson Sewankambo, the Executive Director, Ms. Georgina Yeboah, the Chairperson, Local Organizing Committee, Professor Joel Bazira, the Chair, University Council, represented by the Vice Chair, University Council of the 8th Council, Council Sarah Nyachomwaka, the incoming President of AFREhealth, Judith, and the Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Biachika Chiwika, the host. Ladies and gentlemen, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, in a nutshell, this is the 9th AFREhealth. It brings together researchers, innovators, and people intending to change the healthcare and the communities that we serve. This year's theme, Honorable Prime Minister, says from innovation to impact, strengthening health education, research, service delivery for a resilient Africa. Honorable Prime Minister, in this, we believe in what they call One Health, which combines technology, research. We need all service providers and all spheres in this country and in the world. Honorable Prime Minister, when you look at the extreme left, we have innovators who have come up with innovations that tend to save the communities. These researchers are not yet, some of them are not yet commercialized, but some have gone as far as the World Health notification and recognition. Honorable Prime Minister, we do have people here in the House that have done groundbreaking research that we look forward to being supported as the government of Uganda to change lives in the community. In the Vice Chancellor's speech, without preempting it, Honorable Prime Minister, she will make mention of the innovations that are standing out and that need recognition in terms of funding and more. In the House, Honorable Prime Minister, in no specific order, we have the countries from all over the world. I'll request due to time, I'll not mention the countries, but allow me to mention like this. Let's have all professors and associate professors to stand up for recognition. Professors from all the world, please stand up. Associate professors, let's give them a round of applause. Honorable Prime Minister, these are the mentors who carry out research in different countries and supporters. Let's have the deans in the House to rise up. The deans in the House. The deans in the House, these mentor closely to the students and they support the students. Honorable Prime Minister, allow me to invite researchers to please stand up. Those who have carried out research at all levels, please stand up. Yes, even the professors now stand up. Thank you. Yes. Honorable Prime Minister, these people have done research and some of it is on the shelves and it has not yet gotten. I don't know why my sister from South Africa is not standing up now. She's a researcher. Let's give a round of applause to South Africa. Let's take our seats. Let's have the students in the House to please welcome the Honorable Prime Minister with the vibe. Those are the students. They're here to be mentored and they'll appreciate as time goes on. Honorable Prime Minister, we do have management and support systems of this conference. The university managements present, including the one of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting. The Vice Chancellor will talk about them more. Honorable Prime Minister, without taking any further ado, allow me to request the former AFREhealth executive to please stand up. And these are led by Professor Elsie Chiguli, the former president of AFREhealth. She's our own. The former AFREhealth They are working at the reception, but we thank you for being here. At this moment, Honorable Prime Minister, allow me to invite the chairperson of the local organizing committee in a few to tell us how the journey has been. Professor Joel Bazira, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Angela. Our chief guest, Right Honorable Prime Minister, representatives of AFREhealth leadership, the Governing Council and the Executive Committee, members of the Mbarara University Council, the Vice Chancellor of Mbarara University, Professor Pauline, the deans, directors, fellow members of the LOC. Could you please stand up? Fellow members of the LOC who are in here, please stand up for recognition. These are people that have done a very great job. And of course, you can take your seats. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and very welcome to you all. It's my singular honor as the chair of the local organizing committee to stand before you today as we formally open the 9th AFREhealth Annual Conference, proudly hosted by Mbarara University of Science and Technology here in Kampala. This year, we gather under this theme, from innovation to impact. And that should not leave our minds. We are not just here to talk about innovations, we are here to talk about impact. And this theme speaks directly to the moment we find ourselves in, a moment where our continent is producing more researchers. Honorable Prime Minister, you have seen that the room is really full of researchers, more evidence, and more innovation than ever before. But yet we still face persistent challenges of translating that knowledge into measurable, lasting impact on the health of our people. For the past several months, we've had the privilege as the local organizing committee to work together with the AFREhealth Secretariat in Ghana and with the Mbarara University of Science and Technology to bring this conference to life. There was a time about 2 months ago when this dream was about to be aborted. All of you know that we got Ebola imported into Uganda, and that was a very, very shaky period for us as an organizing committee. We had so many ideas, but I want to take this opportunity to thank the government of Uganda, the Office of the Prime Minister, and the Ministry of Health, and the gallant foot soldiers of Uganda for dealing with epidemic decisively, and therefore allowing us to be here in Munyonyo to enjoy this conference. Can we give them another beautiful clap offering? We want to thank the reviewers that have reviewed. We had so many abstracts and needed a lot of time from so many people. So our reviewers, thank you so much, headed by the very able Dr. Jonans, who was the leader of the scientific committee. Thank you very much. This conference does not happen by accident. It happens because a community of people believed it mattered enough to give it their time. I want to specifically talk about one lady called Sheila, who is not here. She really gave it her very best. We just need to clap for her. She had an emergency and had to rush back to attend the burial of her grandmother. And also the very able MC, and I believe all of us know she has a lot of energy. So we thank her. We also want to thank Mbarara University in a very special way for giving us the opportunity as a local organizing committee to lead this conference and also give us the money that has enabled us to do this meeting. We want to thank the sponsors. The list is very long. We can't name each and every one of you, but know it, we appreciate you. Thank you Thank you very much. Yesterday, we had here, as the Vice Chancellor was giving a speech, that Professor Sewankambo reached out to her and said, we want you to host this conference. And I'm sure it took a bit of thinking, and then she said yes. Where would we be if it was not for Professor Sewankambo? Maybe it would have been another country. I also want to specifically thank Professor Sewankambo, because about 14 years ago, I was a mentee of Professor Sewankambo under the AFREhealth Global Health Leadership Fellowship, ABC, and I was mentored in leadership. I hope, Professor Sewankambo, I have not been a disappointment. Yeah, and I want to present my request, Honorable Prime Minister. Professor Sewankambo has been a great mentor in this country. Can I just ask the people that have been mentored by Professor Sewankambo to stand up? Please, you have been mentored by Professor Sewankambo. Please stand up for, so that he can see you, Honorable Prime Minister, I know that in this country we give awards and honors. It's my humble request that you present Professor Nelson Sewankambo to the awards committee for an award. I don't know which it will be called, but that's my humble request to you, because he has mentored so many people. I mean, HIV care, global health leadership, health professions training, health system strengthening. If you mention Sewankambo, there will be a mark there. So thank you very much. As I finish, I want to thank the Mbarara University for entrusting us with this opportunity to be able to lead. I mean, we thank God for that opportunity and hope we have delivered to your satisfaction. Lastly, distinguished guests and colleagues, AFREhealth, Africa's health future will not be reimagined by anyone of us here alone. It will take a kind of interdisciplinary, cross-border, cross-institutional collaboration that AFREhealth was built to foster. And that's why this conference is here today. Please interact, network, connect, and make this dream happen. For God and my country, succeed we must. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Professor Joel Bazira, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. When you look at the House, the Ugandans are there, but we have international people. Yesterday we were saying that the former Minister of Finance would say that they have brought the economy to... You got it. So the economy has gone there. At this moment, allow me to invite. Yesterday he was scared of the title, His Excellency. But he's the president of AFREhealth, Professor Nelson Sewankambo.
Our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me comment on what Joel has said. He has, let's get to the point. As president of AFREhealth, it is my pleasure to welcome our chief guest here today, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. And of course, all of you are welcome. And yesterday I did extend a welcome to all of you, so I'll not repeat that. But for the benefit of our guests, the Right Honorable Prime Minister was picked by His Excellency the President to serve a second term as Prime Minister. When she was being picked, there are many ministers that were dropped, but she survived the drop. That says a lot. That was, I think, a vote of confidence in the service that she has rendered to government and more widely to the people of this country. Your presence, Honorable Prime Minister, sends an important message, a very important message, that the transformation of Africa's health cannot be achieved by universities, researchers, and health professionals working alone. As you've heard, there are researchers here, the people from universities, but we cannot achieve what we intend to achieve alone. It requires political leadership, it requires public policy, and sustained partnership. A decade ago, AFREhealth was formed, and we had an ambition and a conviction that Africa must build the capacity of its people to understand its own health challenges, generate solutions suited to all our realities in Africa. And AFREhealth is attempting to do that. Africa has many talented people, and I think I don't need to mention that and emphasize that. You know, Africa has talented people. It does good research and promising innovations. Too often, as was mentioned, some of the research papers and the innovations do not actually move to what they should be. The critical question is, how do we move what works into policy, into health systems, into communities, and ultimately to scale? Because when we do that and go to scale, and it reaches the people, governments are proud of what they are doing. And therefore, we need to work with government very closely in all our countries. The journeys, I repeat, cannot be completed by researchers and educators alone. Government determines policy. It shapes regulation. Government influences financing, procurement, workforce development, and the organization of health services. Universities produce knowledge, they educate people, but that's not enough. Communities are always there, but they determine whether interventions we deliver are trusted or the industry uses them and can help to make discoveries. Impact, which is talked about a lot in this conference, happens when there is convergence between the government, what the government sees as needs of the people, and what the people say they need, and then we participate and collaborate in making deliveries possible. I have a couple of messages. The first one is that I would particularly request our government and institutional leaders that universities and health training institutions should be regarded not simply as places that, or institutions that educate professionals or do research, but they should be regarded as national assets. National assets for solving our country's problems. Because people from outside should not be the one who solve our problems or lead in solving our problems. We should be the ones leading. It also requires confronting the question of sustainability, but I'll not go into that because of the interest of time. But the era in which Africa could build essential research capacity and be able to deliver solutions to our people, The international community, as we all know, is reducing the funding that it wants to share with us. National governments can effectively support if the African Union can recognize AFREhealth as a very important platform. Madam Prime Minister, this is my second request, that the Uganda government can lead the effort, and through you, we request that this is done. What is done, that AFREhealth becomes recognized by the African Union. We should become a continental platform for action, bringing together universities, governments, communities to do the best we can. I humbly state that we will follow up with your office to advise on how we can get to the stage where the African Union recognizes Africa. Let us generate very strong partnerships with the government so that we can endure and produce what the public expects us. That is how Africa increasingly takes responsibility for shaping its own health future. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me that I have the stage to speak to you. To mention one person from Bara University, maybe with his team, to something that they do that you're compassionate about, Honorable Prime Minister. This is none other than Associate Professor Musa Kayondo. Please come with your team, and I tell the in just seconds, please come, with the President of the Obstetrics and Gynecology, and there's a gynecologist. Honorable Prime Minister, I want us to salute these men. Dr. Musa, every year, with his team, I wonder why there's no woman, move around the world, around Uganda. Who has told you to come up here? Mwetega. Hey, where's the camera guy? I've not yet said what you do. You're already moving. Honorable Prime Minister, these gentlemen, I request you to stand there and face her. These gentlemen you see move around Uganda from north, east, west, south, and operate upon women with urogynecological issues, repairing fistulas, prolapse, and all the other conditions for free. And they take care of the medication, and they are caretakers. And those women, on average, they do work upon 500 women in Uganda per year. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen, for repairing the dignity of a woman. Where women are concerned, Honorable Nabanja never takes chances. Thank you so much. There is a woman, an outstanding situation that I would like to mention to you, Honorable Prime Minister. There's a woman who had fistula since Uganda got its independence. And when she was repaired and it was clean, she brought Musa the goat. Dr. Musa didn't share with me that goat. But they had a goat roasting at the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. So repairing someone is dignity and taking care of people. Thank you so much. Thank you too. At this moment, I would like to also recognize the presence of Dr. Margaret Naluyima, the Senior Presidential Advisor on Pharmacy. Please stand up for recognition with the Prime Minister. Dr. Nuru Mujida, she is the Vice President of Pharmaceutical Society of Uganda. Yes, Honorable Prime Minister, allow me at this moment, in just the next 4 minutes, to invite the innovators. I don't know, they're not ready, I don't see the microphone, but before then, allow me to invite the ED of AFREhealth to speak to us, and then they'll also speak with the incoming president for the launch of AFREhealth. AFREhealth is making 10 years, but we'll request them in just a few minutes to speak to us. Miss Georgina and Judith, please come here and handle the ceremony and the small speech from AFREhealth, and we'll launch the AFREhealth. Thank you. Then we shall have the Vice Chancellor, who will invite the Prime Minister after her talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, all other protocols observed. Permit me to introduce to you our Governing Council members. These Governing Council members will be handing over tomorrow. This evening, we will introduce the new ones to you for your adoption, but we haven't recognized them throughout, and I thought that it's important. So please, Governing Council members, current Governing Council members, can you please rise? Those who are here, please rise and let's recognize you, those who are here. Yes, please, the President and the Vice are here. So these are the people who have given us the power to be able to do whatever we are doing. Please have your seats. We are very grateful to you. You see us in our T-shirts, you see some of the logos, and as you've heard, 10 years ago, AFREhealth was formed. And so we want to do a brief launch so that we can all move along. And before our Vice President, who is the chairperson for the Planning Committee, comes up, I would like to say that if you are here and you are not a member of AFREhealth, please join. For we realize that there are a lot of people here who come with us for our conferences, or they are coming for the first time and they are not members of AFREhealth. You've heard our president yesterday and this morning. A lot has been said, and we want you to be part of that movement that will bring transformation to our continent. We want your name also to be written in the books of AFREhealth. So please, I wish to invite to you Judy to come and do the launch. Shall we welcome her with us?
Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of Uganda, all other protocols observed, distinguished partners and friends of AFREhealth, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. 10 years ago, on the 2nd of August 2016, at the Lyco Regency Hotel in Nairobi, members of diverse health professions from across this continent stood together and made a bold decision. We recalled the achievements of the Medical Education Partnership Initiative and the Nursing Education Partnership Initiative. We recognized the severe shortage and maldistribution of health workers. We affirmed the need for interprofessional education and teamwork, and we resolved clearly and collectively to launch the African Forum for Research and Education in Health, AFREhealth. That Nairobi resolution invited all health professions to join. It called us to partner with governments, with institutions and global collaborators. It committed us to mobilize resources, to build capacity, to address priority health concerns, and to convene annually, as we are here today. This morning in Kampala, we mark the fulfillment of that promise and the beginning of the next chapter. In these 10 years, AFREhealth has grown from a resolution into a living Pan-African network. We now connect individuals and institutions across Anglophone, Lusophone, Francophone, and shortly Arabophone Africa. We have strengthened interprofessional education, expanded research capacity, supported leadership development like our dear Professor Joel Bazira here, and created platforms where African health professionals set their own agenda. We have done this not as recipients of external aid or external programs, but as African leaders determining African priorities. Yet our work is far from finished. The challenges that brought us together in 2016, workforce shortages, inequitable distribution, the need for responsive education and relevant research still remain urgent. New pressures of digital transformation, climate change, and the dual burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases demand even greater collaboration. This year's conference theme captures our path forward with precision, from innovation to impact, strengthening health education, research, and service delivery for a resilient Africa. AFREhealth at 10 is therefore both a celebration and a recommitment. So at this moment, I want to unveil, and I'll ask for the lights to dim, and I will invite Professor Nelson Sewan Kambo, our outgoing president, but currently he's still president, and our executive director for this moment. We want to recommit to African ownership. Professor Sewan Kambo, I want you to come here, please. And unveil AFREhealth at 10. Our logo is there. 10 years of excellence. So I want all of you to rise with me. Each and every one, very briefly, to rise with me. And we are going to recommit to African ownership and leadership, recommit to translating knowledge into better health outcomes for the people of Africa. And together, we launch today AFREhealth at 10 years of excellence.
Please stay standing. I know our Prime Minister is a vibrant lady. Honorable Prime Minister, I'm the only person who is supposed to take professors back to nursery. So raise the flag in front of you, if you have one. And we're going to sing Happy Birthday in the song, and the dance goes with me. You do what I do. One hand holds the flag. Oh. Please give her must. Oh, AFREhealth, yes. Okay. The Vice Chancellor needs one. The others there. Madam Sarah. My ushers, please get these people the flags. Time. So, one hand holds the flag, the other holds the west. Okay? And you're supposed to dance. Happy birthday, ta-la-la-la-la. One, we go. Happy birthday, ta-la-la. Are you shaking the west? One to go. Happy birthday, ta-la-la-la-la. It's a happy birthday, ta-la-la-la-la-la. Happy birthday, ta-la-la-la-la. We wish you a happy birthday, ta-la-la. Happy birthday, ta-la-la-la-la. It's a happy birthday, ta. Is Professor Sewan Kambo dancing? Ta-la-la-la-la. We wish you a happy birthday. AFREhealth. Take your seats.
The IT people, are you set? All right. So we know we've heard what AFREhealth has done, but we want from you, moving forward, greater impact. Can you show the Slido so that people can type in what their vision for AFREhealth should be the next 10 years? Just one word. You type that for us. Are you set? All right, the QR code. Oh, I see it on the screen here, but it's not showing on the bigger screen. Please take just your camera, your phone cameras, just take it and type just one word. Please, because we need that. It's very, very important for us. We are developing a new strategic plan. The current one is ending this year. And so what you put in for us is very crucial because you are AFREhealth. You are AFREhealth, and it's what you tell us that we work with. The next 10 years. From September going. One vision. Just one. We've seen impact, strategic transformation, vibrant, yes, we've seen a lot, yes. Translational, impact is really great, yes. Multidisciplinary, resilience, the bigger ones, yes, a lot of impact, yes, yes. Yeah, I see it. Okay. Okay. Sustainable, very, very important for us. Partnerships, yes. Right. Thank you very much. We are very grateful to you. We pick all of them and we work with them. Join us at the AFREhealth panel, the plenary panel today to have discussions on all this. Thank you very much for joining us in the lunch.
Thank you so much, Honorable Prime Minister. Instead of you going ground to look at the exhibition, we are starting with the innovators in 59 seconds. I'll clap them off the stage. The first innovator, introduce yourself, not there, downstairs, please. Just over there, and use the microphone. Protocol, I'm sorry, protocol is the one directing me. So stand over there, the Prime Minister, pitch to her. And if there's any product to give, Daniel will guide us on what to do. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Much for this opportunity. Standing next to you, imagine 10 years ago in Africa, being a doctor meant that you were actually on demand. And right about now, we are facing a problem of brain drain and unemployment. So we came up with an app, and that app is called Vola Movement Brainer. It's meant to link a doctor to a patient, and we embedded AI in it that a patient just goes and mentions what the challenge that they have, and the app directs them to a doctor. So this is a perfect platform for many of the specialists. And also, we have a product called Mock Sugar. I guess all of you have access to be there speaking about it. So for Mock Sugar, imagine there have been many sweeteners like sugar which have showed detrimental effects to the body. But you know that there is a sugar alternative, a sweetener that is
59 seconds.
Healthier. Yes, so this is called Mock Sugar. And in case you'd like to have a taste on it, I'm going to be there having disposables.
3, 2,
and
1, time up. Thank you. Next, please. If you have a sample to give the Prime Minister, the protocol will receive it. Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Protocol observed.
Please face the Prime Minister side more. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Talemwa Ignatius. I'm a fourth-year medical student. Here we come with our medical journal. It's called the Ambarara University Medical Journal. We started it years later after COVID, when we realized that different people carry out research, different undergraduate students carry out research, innovations, and different initiatives, but then different people around the world do not come to know them. So we innovated Ambarara University Medical Journal
10 seconds.
That the students' innovations and initiatives can be published and everyone comes to know
5,
them.
4,
thank you very much.
3. If you want to give her a copy, yes, thank you. You can give her. But protocol receives it. Thank you. Yes. Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Bernard Owori, a fifth-year medical student at Para University of Science and Technology, and co-founder at Nexagen Chemicals and Therapeutics Company Limited. This is one of our products. It's called Nexo Aftershave. It is alcohol-based, and this is already UNBS certified, and it's on the market. If you go in Barara right now, in 5 salons, you'll find 3 or 12 of them. we are looking, for the last 3 years, we founded this company, a startup in 2023 July. And then, so as I speak, this has been in the market for the last 2 years. We are bootstrapped, we have expanded, we have partners, and we are looking for more collaboration. We are looking for funding to scale. This is our other product under the Nexo brand. It's called, it's a facial scrub, charcoal based. And we have more products over there, and all these will look at affordability and making homegrown and based products that serve the population of our country.
3, 2,
Thank you.
1. Thank you.
I'd love to give this to
the
our...
protocol will receive it right
thank
behind you. Thank you. You give the protocol. Next, please.
All protocols observed. My name is Tony Chemtos, PhD fellow, to produce safe food to eradicate increasing cases of cancers as a result of use of synthetic pesticides. Honorable Prime Minister, this is a biopesticide that will enable us to produce safe food without worry about cancers because of pesticide residues. This is being developed by Farm by Truck, by Technology Laboratory, and funding from CITT, which also receives funds from government of Uganda. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you. Yes, next, please. Please stay close in case the Prime Minister wants to ask questions about your innovation. Yes,
you
Doctor.
are, because one of two things happened to you at birth. You either cried at birth or somebody helped you breathe soon after birth. 10% of all babies born do not cry at the time of birth. Half of those will start crying when you stimulate them. The other half will need health workers to breathe for them. The challenge is that half and most of the health workers fail to breathe for babies soon after birth. If they don't breathe for these babies effectively, they either die or get brain damage. Our invention, the augmented infant resuscitator, provides health workers real-time feedback on their quality of ventilation. And now we have built a platform that enables us to know who is practicing, how often they are practicing, and the quality of their practice
10 seconds.
at institutional, national, and even continental level. Come and join us, and let's
5,
expand this
4,
technology
3,
that has a
2,
worldwide patent
1.
made in
Thank you.
Uganda.
Next, please. Thank you for saving babies at birth.
Thank you. All protocol observed. When we are teaching students, sometimes we take them to the bedside and they learn from our relatives. They are not yet confident, they are not thinking right, and they don't even know how to make decisions. We use simulation like the mannequins I'm having. This represents a baby, and this represents the mother's breast. We call it the mama breast. And we'll teach students to use these to teach the mothers, other than touching the mothers when they are not yet confident. Most universities have these, but they don't have the softwares to run this. And we are now working with 15 universities in Africa to teach the software and to be sure our students are learning best. So come join us, come to our table, the Sim for Life team, and come to the Mass Simulation Center, and we work together
Time
to
up.
introduce simulation
Thank you.
at your institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Next, please.
All protocol observed. Every baby deserves a chance to quality care, especially in their early years of life. We bring to you an innovation that helps healthcare workers to be able to do that. Unfortunately, in Uganda, when every baby is born and they fall sick, they do not get opportunity to see a specialist. And we find that some of the healthcare workers are challenged with what to do for these newborns. We bring you an innovation that that provides healthcare workers with an assessment framework and tells them what to do based on the guidelines. We invite you to learn more about this on our table at Sim for Life. Thank you.
Thank you.
All protocol observed. I'm a sexuality education researcher. For the last 10 years, we have been working with sexuality education among adolescents, and the gap has been that most guidelines support other actors other than parents. The Minister of Health requested us. The Minister of Health requested us to come up with a guide that helps parents lead. We have come up with a guide that works with parents to understand the developmental milestones and their relevance to parent-child communication and adolescent SRH outcomes. It follows a developmental milestones framework and a life course process to build trust, because one of the challenges is that parents fear their children and children don't trust their parents that they know what they are doing. So we are changing the communication to go back to the family and bring a parent at the center
10 seconds.
and be the source of information for growing up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
much. The guide
much.
is here.
We need that so much.
Thank you.
With this AI and telephones, our children know a lot. Thank you, Dr. Viola and team. Yes.
All protocol observed. Prosper Akambanjiri is my name. I'm a year 4 Bachelor of Pharmacy student at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. So here I present to you the Riveran Veil cream. This cream has been produced in a way that it has coconut oil and vitamin E, or what we call tocopherol. So the Riveran Veil, with its coconut oil, has emollient and occlusive properties, whereby it prevents the transdermal loss of water. So it keeps water in your body and makes your skin look moist and smooth. Here I present the Riveran Veil to the protocol to be presented to the Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister looks lovely. Thank you for donating to her. Thank you so much. Next, please.
Thank you. All protocol observed. My name is Annette Kembabazi, and I work as the Executive Director for the Global Health Collaborative. We all know that we are here to be like from innovation to impact, but we need the money, and we've mastered the art of getting the money. We are here to talk about Massachusetts General Hospital as a hub for expertise and support for global health initiatives that we're here for. But the biggest challenge is that people don't know how to tap into that money. So if you need to know how to get the money, we are right there, seated. Mass General is working in 20 countries, 157 programs that is supporting, and Mbarara University is also being supported. In Uganda specifically, we have 35 programs that are being supported. Please come over to Center for Global Health and know how to tap into this money, and then we move from innovation to impact.
Thank you so much, and we are coming for the money. Yes, second last.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. I am Dr. Pius Turia Singura from Epicenter Research based in Mbarara. Epicenter is a non-governmental international research organization that is collaborating with Mbarara University of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Health Uganda. Some of our studies have contributed to change in policy in healthcare, including but not limited to diagnosis and treatment of malaria, diagnosis and treatment of TB, and responding to epidemic-prone diseases like Ebola, yellow fever, and most recently monkeypox. A study whose vaccine was approved by the European Commission recently on the 10th of August 2026 for the use of children under 12 years to prevent and protect them from monkeypox virus. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The last one.
Protocol observed. Thank you so much for this great opportunity. I'm Tumuhimbise Osbert, and I'm a nurse and a nurse innovator, and I have experience in taking care for chronic illnesses, which is breast cancer. So there is a challenge in Africa where we have a challenge of advanced breast cancer wounds. These wounds, they are in severe pain, bleeding, and they have a risk of infection. Through my experience, I've managed to invent what I have named for myself as breast cancer cradle. This is one of it. So these cradles, these wounds, especially women who have breast cancer stage 4 and above, they have open wounds, open fungating ulcers. You can all look here. So they are always pricked and disturbed by friction and pressure. So this breast cancer cradle, when a lady puts it on, it creates a gap between the breast and those causing the breaking and pressure and friction. So it has highly improved the quality of life. So this conference seek partners, supporters, such that I can carry out my pilot testing at Uganda Cancer Institute. Thank you.
Thank you. That's so beautiful. A round of applause. That is a good one. You see people clapping for you. Big, 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 big. Now that one you cannot donate to the Prime Minister. Yes, but we shall follow up. You can show it to her and explain further how it works. I'm stealing you a photo moment. You can show her closely. You will remember me for that. Yes, just so show her how it works.
I will connect you to the Minister of Science and Technology for the Innovation Fund.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
They have given him the funding. You see?
Thank you.
Yes! Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. I'm now going to invite the Vice Chancellor, and protocol demands that after this, the Prime Minister will speak. But after she speaks, I'll request, Honorable Prime Minister, a photo with the professors, and the other photo will be outside, and the local organizing committee. The other photo will be at the staircase, so that we capture everyone. But the professors specifically have to take a photo with the Prime Minister because they are our mentor. We are because they made us who we are. At this moment, allow me to invite the Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Biachika Chibwika, to address us as the host.
Thank you, Angela. Our guest of honor, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, distinguished government officials present, the President of AFREhealth, Professor Nelson Sewankambo, members of the AFREhealth Executive Committee and Secretariat, the chairman and members of the Governing Council of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, the top management of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, the Senate of MUST, the Vice Chancellors from sister universities, Deputy Vice Chancellors from MUST and from sister universities, the heads of various institutions, professors and associate professors, researchers, health professionals, educators and policy makers, development partners, sponsors, exhibitors, collaborators, members of the local organizing committee of this conference, students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great honor and pleasure on behalf of Mbarara University of Science and Technology to warmly welcome you all to this 9th AFREhealth Conference. In a special way, allow me welcome our guests from outside Uganda. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. Our guests from outside Uganda, like I told you yesterday, in my language we say, tusangairo kubabona. And in Mbarara we say, twabashemerera. And in East Africa we say, karibuni. You're all welcome. I hope you take time off this conference to tour the Pearl of Africa and see the beauty of this Pearl of Africa. We are deeply honored that Mbarara University of Science and Technology was entrusted with this big role of hosting this very important continental gathering. And also that we have been selected to celebrate the 10th birthday of AFREhealth. What an honor. Although we are not at Mbarara University of Science and Technology physically, I hope you're feeling at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And I hope that you'll find time off your schedules after this meeting to visit our beautiful campus. I can assure you it is beautiful. And also to appreciate the beauty of southwestern Uganda, the hills and valleys of southwestern Uganda. It's really beautiful. Right Honorable Prime Minister, thank you very much for honoring our invitation. We were supposed to be with you yesterday, but because of your busy schedules, we understand, and we are very grateful that you agreed to come today. Thank you very much. As the leader of government business, you are particularly very well suited to be our guest of honor. The issues that bring us together, health professions education, research, innovation, service delivery, and building resilient health systems extend beyond the health sector. They require the whole of government leadership and coordination, bringing together health, education, science and technology, finance, local government, communities, and development partners. We therefore could not have selected a more appropriate chief guest for this conference than you. Thank you very much. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we thank you for your leadership in several ways. At this meeting, we're also discussing non-communicable diseases. And we know that you are a leader in wellness and physical fitness. We have seen your videos circulating. And because of them, because we saw you boxing, some of us have also started boxing, taking after you. Thank you very much for the fight against non-communicable diseases. Today, Right Honorable Prime Minister, we welcome colleagues from across Africa, from very many African countries. Across Africa and beyond Africa, we have all come together to share knowledge, to strengthen partnerships, and collectively explore solutions to some of the most pressing challenges facing health professions education, research, and health service delivery on the African continent. This conference brings together over 300 participants from countries all over Africa and beyond. This diversity gives us an opportunity to learn from the different health systems across Africa and beyond, to learn from institutions, from disciplines, and experiences to build relationships that extend beyond this conference. We must all support AFREhealth. AFREhealth, as we have heard from the Executive Director and the President of AFREhealth, is doing a lot in terms of supporting health professions education in Africa, contributing to standards of training, and advocating for interprofessional education. Honorable Prime Minister, we advocate for the nurse, the doctor, the physiotherapist, the lab, the pharmacist, all working together as a team and working with social workers and community representatives so that we can reach out to our communities better. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the theme for this conference is From Innovation to Impact, Strengthening Health Education, Research and Service Delivery for a Resilient Africa. This theme could not have been more timely. As we gather here today, our continent continues to confront outbreaks and other health emergencies that remind us in the most sobering way why resilient health systems, a competent health workforce, and strong research and innovation capacity in Africa matter. As Africans, we must find local solutions to local challenges. The ongoing Ebola outbreak, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is a test of our health professions education and health systems. The DRC is confronting its 17th Ebola outbreak and the largest and fastest growing outbreak in DRC, with more than 5,200 confirmed cases of Ebola and over 2,500 deaths recorded. May their souls rest in peace. Uganda, similarly, has had 7 domestic Ebola outbreaks. I said domestic because they were originating in Uganda. The 8th was mostly with imported Ebola cases, imported from the DRC. Now, these Ebola outbreaks are a stark reminder, especially the ongoing one, is a stark reminder that we need cross-country collaboration. We need a resilient health workforce within a robust health system. We thank our Ministry of Health for having put up the fight against Ebola and in record time was able to declare Uganda free of Ebola. And that is the reason we have been able to gather here today. Even if Uganda was declared free from Ebola, we must remain vigilant. We are not safe until our neighbors are safe. These outbreaks remind us also that health security is only as strong as the people and institutions that sustain it. And we are also reminded that health professions education is the foundation of health security. Right Honorable Prime Minister, with all those recurrent outbreaks, over 20 years of recurrent outbreaks, we are not seeing many biomedical innovations coming up from Africa to solve these challenges, particularly from Uganda and DRC, where the outbreaks are more common. As we see the current ongoing outbreak, there are several clinical trials ongoing, both for vaccines and therapeutics. We should ask ourselves, how many of those products are made in Uganda or DRC? Right Honorable Prime Minister, that is a question for us to think through. Why is it that for the last 20 years, we have not found treatment or vaccines from Africa for these recurrent outbreaks that come to kill, to steal, and to destroy? This we have to take very seriously. And Right Honorable Prime Minister, at this point, I want to thank the government of Uganda for the funding that we are receiving for research and innovation. However, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I must say that it is not enough. Like Oliver Twist, we request that you increase our funding for research and innovation because we know that it is from these universities that these products will come. Right Honorable Prime Minister, as Mbara University of Science and Technology, we have received 1 billion shillings, and I must say it quietly because some people might hear and spread the news that it's only 1 billion for the whole university per year for the last 5 years for research and innovation. Our counterparts from Makerere University, Right Honorable Prime Minister, received 30 billion per year since the fund started. We are the second public university. I will not ask Gulu and Busitema how much they receive, but they are in about 1 billion per year. Right Honorable Prime Minister, even for Makerere, I think the 30 billion may not necessarily be enough because they are a giant. But from Mbara University of Science and Technology, you have seen the innovations that have come through. There's a lot of research going on, and it's all coming out of only that 1 billion per year. You can imagine if we received at least 15 billion per year, how much more would we produce as Mbara University? Right Honorable Prime Minister, we must recognize that the future of health professionals and health profession the professionals will work in a rapidly changing technological environment. Artificial intelligence is here. Digital health platforms, genomic technologies, big data, telemedicine, and advanced diagnostics are transforming healthcare, research, and education. African universities cannot simply be consumers of these technologies developed elsewhere. We must participate in creating them, evaluating, regulating, and adapting technologies for African health priorities and the health context. Our students must learn to use them, but they must also learn and understand their limitations, their ethical implications, and the data governance frameworks, and the potential for them to reduce or even increase health inequities. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the health workforce challenge that we are discussing at this conference The challenge confronting Africa remains substantial. The available health workforce in Africa is anticipated to grow to only 49% by 2030 if the current trajectory of training and education remains untouched. This increase would still leave a shortage of 6.1 million health workers by 2030. At the same time, we face a troubling paradox where health facilities remain understaffed while many trained health professionals cannot find appropriate employment. This tells us something very important. Our challenge is not simply to train more health professionals, we must train differently. We must train for Africa's evolving needs, we must create opportunities to employ and retain our graduates, and we must build health systems in which their knowledge and skills can translate into better health outcomes. As Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and as the Vice Chancellor, I firmly believe that African universities have a central responsibility in moving our continent from innovation to impact. Right Honorable Prime Minister, since Mbarara University was established in 1989, we have been guided by commitment to education, research, innovation, and community engagement. May I request the Governing Council of Mbarara University to stand up, those who are here present, to show the commitment. As you know, the Governing Council members are not teachers of health professionals, they are Governing Council, but they are here present to support us and to show commitment. The MAST top management members in the room, please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. Please join me to thank them. When Professor Sewankambo brought the thought to me to host this meeting, I had the challenge of convincing the top management members why we needed to host AFREhealth. And I want to thank them for accepting and for giving us the budget line to host this conference. Thank you very much. The members of Senate of MAST, if there are any, please stand up. And as they stand, students of MAST, please stand up. Alumni from MAST, please stand up. Alumni from MAST. Thank you very much for attending the conference. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we are doing a good job. And I want to inform you, and to the students in particular, that when they train you about elevator speech, please take it seriously. This morning, I had an elevator speech with the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and she has agreed to come to Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And more so, to spend a full day with us. She told me she wants to have break tea with us, have lunch with us, have evening tea with us, and tell us good night before she leaves. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. And that is for the month of October. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Right Honorable Prime Minister, no institution can achieve transformative impact alone. Progress requires partnerships. We have to partner between and amongst universities. For example, Makerere University celebrated 100 years of existence, while MAST this year celebrates 37 years of existence. These two must partner and they must collaborate. We must learn from each other. We also have to collaborate with all other universities. We have to collaborate with Clark International University, and I'm happy that the Vice Chancellor is here. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you. We must collaborate with Busitema University, with Gulu University, with, I see some members from Busitema University. Please stand up for recognition. And those from all other universities in Uganda. Thank you for attending this meeting. We must also collaborate with universities and institutions outside of Uganda. Stellenbosch University, Nairobi University, University of Rwanda, they're all here. Thank you very much for attending this meeting. And to assure you of this collaboration, the organizing committee of this meeting had members from both MAST and Makerere. The members of organizing committee from Makerere, please stand up for recognition if you're in the room. Thank you very much, and thank you for the support you have given us in organizing this conference. This is precisely why platforms such as AFREhealth are so important to enable this collaboration. AFREhealth enables African institutions and health professionals to learn from one another, to build networks, to share expertise, develop capacity, and importantly, advance African-led solutions to African challenges. Holding this conference of this magnitude is a tremendous commitment, and on behalf of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, allow me extend our sincere appreciation to the AFREhealth leadership, the Executive Committee, and the Secretariat for entrusting us with this responsibility. I recognize Professor Priska Olabisi Adejumo and Mrs. Georgina Yeboah, the Executive Director of AFREhealth, and the entire Secretariat for their invaluable support. Right Honorable Prime Minister, in a special way, allow me to say something about the President of AFREhealth. Professor Bazire said a lot about the President of AFREhealth. He stole my mind, but I'll still say a lot about the President of AFREhealth, Professor Nelson Ssewankambo. He has dedicated several decades of his life to focus on advancing health professions education. He is a professor of internal medicine, and I'm glad I'm also a professor of internal medicine. He is the former dean of Makerere University Medical School. At that time, it was Makerere University Medical School. And he is the past and founding principal of Makerere University College of Health Sciences. He has taught and mentored several generations of health professionals and researchers across Uganda and Africa, and I'm privileged to be one of them. Many of us remember him from way back in the medical school, in the third year when we were just introduced to clinical teaching and clinical learning. He taught us to always be prepared with knowledge, and he had low to zero tolerance for ignorance. While we clerked and examined patients on the ward, if you hadn't read before you came to the ward round, you were in serious trouble. You had to be knowledgeable. You had to be enthusiastic to learn while on his ward round. And we picked this from him. I must say, I also have zero tolerance for ignorance and lack of enthusiasm when teaching students. And we must mentor our students to learn. And now with artificial intelligence, they should even be learning better and easier. He has continued to mentor us and very many people on this research journey. He has mentored several from different projects, HEPI, MEPI, Afiabora, and so on and so forth, very many. I was privileged to be one of the first 5 Ssewankambo scholars at the Infectious Diseases Institute. Professor Nelson Ssewankambo deserves a Hero's Medal, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Professor Ssewankambo, we thank you for this great mentorship and leadership and dedication of your several decades of your life to health professions education. It's not a surprise that you're the president of AFREhealth. Thank you very much for bringing AFREhealth to Mbarara University of Science and Technology and to Uganda. We are deeply grateful to you, Professor Ssewankambo. As I finish, allow me to recognize the MAST Local Organizing Committee, chaired by Professor Joel Bazira and assisted by Dr. Jonans Tusimire. Please stand up for recognition. Local Organizing Committee, please stand up. Thank you very much for organizing this conference. You worked tirelessly. We appreciate the effort. I also recognize Ms. Sheila Ninye, who is not here because she lost a grandmother, and Ms. Angela Nakato. Thank you very much for your dedication and service. To our faculty, staff, and students, volunteers, thank you very much in all the different ways that you participated to organize this conference. I extend sincere appreciation to our sponsors, our partners, the exhibitors, Thank you very much. Your technical and support has made this conference possible. Your contribution is not only sponsorship, it is an investment in African scholarship, health professions education, research, innovation, collaboration, and a stronger African health system. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we are grateful to the government of Uganda, and please take our gratitude back to the President, the Cabinet, and the whole of the government of Uganda for supporting this continental gathering focused on health professions education, research, and service delivery. Your presence here today demonstrates government's recognition of this investment and government's recognition of investing in health professions education. We are confident that under your leadership, Right Honorable Prime Minister, we shall receive continuous support from the government of Uganda. We shall receive support from you to champion strengthening of health professions education, research, and innovation within Uganda and also across the African continent. We look forward to continued partnership between the government, universities, health facilities and institutions, and AFREhealth and our regional international partners as we work together to build the health workforce, the health system that Africa needs. And in the spirit of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, we say, succeed we must. Thank you very much for listening to me. Okay. Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me invite the Vice Chair of our Governing Council of MUST to welcome you and invite you to speak. Madam Sarah, Ms. Sarah Nyacho Mwaka, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice Chancellor, members of Council and Senate, the leadership of AFREhealth, distinguished delegates from across Africa and beyond, staff and students of Mbarara University, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. On behalf of the Council of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, I warmly welcome you all to MUST and to this very prestigious AFREhealth conference. As Council, we are honored that MUST was chosen to host this continental gathering of health educators, researchers, and leaders. This speaks to our mandate as a science-led university and to Uganda's commitment to transforming health professions in Africa. This conference comes at a critical time when Africa must rethink how we train, retain, and support our health workforce. Your presence here is a testament to that shared community. Ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply privileged today to have with us a leader who champions service delivery, community health, and education as pillars of national transformation. It is therefore my singular honor and privilege to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda to address this conference and to officially open it. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you are most welcome. Can we stand up and we welcome the Prime Minister?
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Prime Minister is coming to address us, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Biachika Chiwika, adorns her with the MUST logo. Honorable Prime Minister, you're now a member of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and since it's the Vice Chancellor, cameramen, where are you? By the powers entrusted to her by the President, you are now a professor of gynecology. Not pediatrics, but she likes children. You are a professor of gynecology, and no woman is supposed to die in labor. Thank you.
Let's have our seats. The President of AFREhealth, your governing council, and the executive committee, the Vice Chancellor, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and your council and management, the members of the diplomatic community, our development partners, brothers and sisters, good morning. I bring you warm greetings and best wishes from His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, our dear professors, I am pleased to address you this morning at the 9th AFREhealth Annual Conference, and I thank you for inviting me. Allow me to start by welcoming all our visitors, the brothers and sisters from across Africa and beyond, for having made it to the Pearl of Africa. I hope you are enjoying yourselves, and I hope you are enjoying your stay here in Kampala, Uganda, and that you will find time out of your busy schedule now in this conference or after the conference. You can decide to stay for more than 2 days and experience the warmth, hospitality, and the beauty of Uganda outside this conference hall. You just try to go out, because Uganda is a node. Uganda has the best foods in Africa and the world. I must tell you that I'm globally traveled, but whenever I leave this country to go elsewhere, I miss the foods. The sweetest pineapple in the world is found in Uganda. And I want to take this opportunity at this time to thank Mbarara University of Science and Technology for hosting this year's conference, and I commend AFREhealth for sustaining a platform that unites Africa experts, professionals in health, education, research, and service delivery. I am informed that the theme for this conference is from innovation to impact. That now means you have been innovating. Now you want to see the impact, isn't it? And that is strengthening health education, research, and service delivery for a resilient Africa. This speaks volumes. It speaks directly to the aspiration of our government, I mean the NRM government of Uganda, and those of the African continent. Uganda's Vision 2040 and our National Development Plan now 4. We had the National Development Plan 1, National Development Plan 2, National Development Plan 3, which ended last year, and now we have the National Development Plan 4. And our 10-fold strategy are founded on the understanding that a healthy population is the basis of national development. I repeat for emphasis. Uganda's vision 2040, the national development plans, as I've enumerated them, and our 10, that means we want our economy to grow 10 times. Our national development plan, the 10 growth strategy are founded on the understanding that a healthy population is the basis of the national development. We cannot industrialize and grow the size of our economy 10 times. That is from US dollars 50 billion in the year 2023 when we started this, to US dollars 500 billion in the year 2040 if Ugandans are not healthy and our health workforce is not ready for the demands of a changing world. Ladies and gentlemen, our dear professor, as the president of AFREhealth, Uganda is progressing very well. Uganda is progressing very well towards that vision, and with our economy having grown from that, from 50 US dollars in the year 2023 to now 69.3 billion today. As you know, the NRM government has consistently invested in higher education and research over the years as a cornerstone for national development. You are aware that we have an innovation fund. When I looked at my brother here who is struggling to support our mothers with cancer, breast cancer, I want to take his contact so that I can support him. Ladies and gentlemen, the number of public universities in Uganda now stands at 10, with 2 more being established in the Bunyoro and the Busoga sub-regions. So that now means we shall have 12 universities doing science and technology. We have also strengthened medical training institutions and supported the establishment of specialized centers of health and research excellence across the country, including the East African Community Regional Center of Excellence in Virology and polio laboratory at Uganda Virus Research Institute at Entebbe. This, I represented the president to commission it last month. Government of Uganda recognizes that the bone marrow for us in our local language is called umusoina. In Luganda umusomyo. In Swahili, the bone marrow in Swahili, mafupi. Okay, that one. Mutuchi, the bone marrow of our development is science and technology and innovation. And that's why His Excellency the President guided Cabinet and government that scientists in Uganda should be paid better. And this we achieved. In Uganda, scientists are the highly paid professionals as of now. True or false? Clap for government. However, we also acknowledge that there is more work that needs to be done, We will continue to invest in people, the researchers, you, the lecturers who are here present, clinicians, and the students who will carry this work forward. We must ensure that the knowledge produced in our universities is translated into national policies, integrated into our health facilities, and felt in the daily lives of our people. Everybody knows that for long, Africa has been described as a place of health burdens rather than health solutions. Here in Uganda, I want to commend one professor, Professor Gwang, and many others, including Sewankambu. During the time when we were crippling or gambling with COVID pandemic, Professor Gwanga came up with the COVIDX, isn't it? And that solution supported us. Remember, the global world did not want us to get vaccines. All they delayed. They looked after their own first. But here in Uganda, we had Professor Gwang, who did the magic. I want you to clap more than that. Yes, because he made us proud. If he didn't know, let him know that even the lead of government business recognizes his effort. So let us join our hands once again to clap for Professor Ogwang. I know the University of Mbarara University, the University of Mbarara Science and Technology also came up with an innovation. There is an innovation you made. You produced a sanitizer. I remember. The sanitizer was called what? Yes, Sandro. Let us clap for our university. Like I told you, Uganda is endowed with so many things. Sanitizers are made from alcohol, isn't it? And we have a lot here in our country. Isn't it? And so I am glad that this conference focuses on African researchers, African universities, and African institutions generating the evidence and innovations that our continent needs most. Uganda is proud to be part of this story. On this note, I want to urge our universities and the research institutions to continue generating knowledge that speaks directly to our realities. I know you know what I'm talking about. The government of Uganda remains committed to creating an enabling environment that nurtures research and innovation, whether through policy, strategic investment, or the ongoing strengthening of our tertiary institutions. In conclusion, I promise on behalf of the President and government that Professor Nelson Sewankambu will be awarded with a medal according to our protocol in terms of medals. Professor, I want to apologize for the delayed and two, Yes, they said he deserves, but now he's going to get in the shortest time possible. In conclusion, once again, I urge you to focus your work and minds before the end of this conference on the following areas. 1, how your research work enables our mothers in your respective areas to access quality maternal health care. How your work protects a child in our respective areas from preventable diseases. How your work reduces the 75% disease burden that is preventable. I know you know that 75% of the disease burden we have in African countries is preventable through physical exercises, physical fitness, isn't it? Through sanitation and hygiene. And so, for us in government, under the wise leadership of our president, we decided to join the medical professionals. And we came up with National Cleaning Days so that we can help to clean our environment, our areas. Because we are told if we clean our areas by these professionals, you, the professionals, we can reduce on the disease burden. We can reduce on diarrhea that kills 33 children in Uganda daily. Dysentery, diarrhea, malaria. Malaria is due to the waste and these other things. When it rains, our polythene or plastics don't decompose. I was told it decomposes after 400 years. And so we are saying, let us collect all the garbage, including plastics. Because when it rains, Uganda is in, by the way, when God was creating this country, I think he had something good in mind. Yeah, he did it for us. I know in some parts of Africa, people still, they experience harsh weather conditions. Here in Uganda, anybody can live. Anybody. First of all, I told you, we have food in plenty. That's 1. 2, the environment, the weather. We have the best weather in the world. Like you can see, it is like this from January to December. 24 hours. And so you can even sleep when you don't have anything to cover yourself. So when God was creating Uganda, and that's why it is called the Pearl of Africa. We have fresh water bodies, 2 rainy seasons, heavy rainy seasons, and so anything can grow here in Uganda. And so we have been having that small burden of cleaning our environment, but government has come in, and we are saying everybody should stop anything we are doing and clean. We are doing this next Saturday, that is 29th of August 2026, for 3 hours, from 7 to 10, 3 hours. We are saying everything must stop, including we, the ministers, the Prime Minister, everybody. We are going to get engaged, and have our country clean. And I believe some African countries have also done this before us, and we are following suit. I am saying that in order for us to focus your work during this, you also need to know the following: how your work ensures that the health workforce is properly trained, because you are the trainers, isn't it? And available and supported to serve our people. You know, African countries, our health workforce, we continue to cripple with the problem of absenteeism, moonlighting, dual employment. People are working here, their minds are elsewhere. Are we together, members? So we need you to help us ensure that the health workforce you people train, you train them properly so that they can focus on service delivery. You talked about, Madam, your request was an increase in the innovation fund that you receive annually. After this meeting, I will call the Minister of Finance to make sure that this is done. With those words, and you know here we have few people who can direct. Let her tell you that I'm one of them. So with those words, it is now my pleasure to declare the 9th AFREhealth Annual Conference officially open. I wish you fruitful deliberations for God and my country.
Let's stand up and thank the Honorable Prime Minister for this. Thank you so much. Honorable Prime Minister, thank you for addressing us. At this moment, I will invite all of us to go down for the group photo. I'm buying time. I invite the professors here present to come and take a photo with the Prime Minister, including the associate professors. But as they are coming, Honorable Prime Minister, they will fit. Just move in front, and this is my time to steal the show and take a photo with you, because I will not get that chance. And I'm not going to be fired.
When you see people starting to dress in yellow, you see she's trying to, she's saying Kwetega.
So the photo, you'll stand here, and the professors will be here. Professors, please come. I was buying time. Please come. Others can stand in front down there. So all professors and associate professors have been requested, that also the students, but the rest of us, the big photo is outside. So the professors, please. Professors, sorry. Professors, others can stand in front of the Prime Minister. The rest, the big photo is down. We are going to the stairs of Speak Resort. Yes. All professors, cameramen, are you okay? Yes. No, students later. Your photo is with it. No, it's with the, you alone. You're going to be with her, alone. Students, you can leave the professors. You want to graduate now? Professors, please come and extend this side. Professors, that side. Professors, extend this side. The students are taking over. No, get these students. No. Extend this side. We still have space here, professors. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. International professors, this is the Ugandan side. Yes! 1, 2, 3, professors. Yes. Give me the thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, professors. Yes. Okay, now the students. Professors, please walk down for the group photo. Students, Professors, please go. The students have a moment. No selfies. Students, no selfie with the Prime Minister. Faster. Guys, I'm buying time so that you go down for the group photo. Students, it's your time to shine with the Prime Minister. Yes. Okay, now those ones who graduated don't go. I mean students, current students. Now everyone wants to be next to the Prime Minister. Okay, 3. There's more space this side. Okay, in 3. Yes. Oh my God, I've seen a student doing a PhD. Okay, you're all students. Yes. Okay, students, give me the vibe. 1, 2, 3. Yay! Don't give me those 2 fingers. 1, 2, 3. Yay! Students, where are your fingers? 1, 2, 3, the crazy one. Yeah! I don't like the 2 fingers. Move a bit. Okay, the local organizing committee students, go down for the group photo. Please move down. Organizing committee, please. Organizing committee. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going down for the group photo at the Speak Resort entrance, where the stairs are. Local organizing committee, you've taken long. The Prime Minister is going away. We have missed you, Sheila. Steering committee, please. Local organizing, the Prime Minister has left us. So let's all go down. Let's all go down for the group photo. Let's go down for the group photo, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Thank you, President AFREhealth. Let's go for the group photo, ladies and gentlemen. And after we go for the tea break, let's go for the group photo outside. Thank you. Let's go for the group photo. Thank you so much.
She will briefly introduce herself, but she wants to talk to us the 30 years of experience in prevention of mother-to-child transmission in Kenya. Prof, you are welcome. Our colleagues who are taking some tea there, if you can just take your cup quietly a bit so we can listen to the presenter. Thank you.
Yes. This is forward, eh? Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Ndwati. I'm a pediatrician from the University of Nairobi. And today I'll present on the 30-year experience with prevention of mother-child transmission of HIV. I'm inspired to do this because we now have among our students and some of the young faculty in the universities who were not born when this epidemic was at its height, and who I think our generation owes it to them to tell the story so that they can sustain the prevention agenda that we started off. Very quickly, just a reminder, just as a quick reminder, in that I'm not assuming that everybody is familiar with this story of mother-child transmission of HIV, and just want to highlight that even to this day, there are infants who are newly infected. Before the advent of antiretroviral drugs and the programs that we have, the mother-child transmission rate was 30 to 45%. So out of every 100 women, up to 40 children were HIV, in this part of the world, were infected. And if, by bad luck, your mother got infected at the time when she was pregnant or during breastfeeding, and particularly in the first 4 months after delivery, 3 out of 4 infants were infected, 75% transmission. Now, today, we continue to have the challenge of mother-child transmission of HIV, and the old stories are still relevant. So a mother's disease status, if she has high plasma viral load, if she has a low CD4 count, if she has rapidly progressive illness, she's more likely to transmit to her child and also to her sexual partner. Number 2, a big problem today is failure to take ARVs for treatment or for prevention. This may happen because you are not diagnosed, or there's a systems failure in terms of drug stockout, which I think is something that's worrying all of us now, or there's suboptimal retention in care. And then the third thing is this lack of viral suppression while on antiretroviral drugs. It can be due to poor adherence, it can be due to a suboptimal protocol, or it can be due to resistant virus. The big thing about suboptimal suppression is that many women living with HIV struggle with mental health issues. And they struggle with a problem we want diagnosing, which I hope as mental health services expand, a disease called hopelessness. We now have a measure for hopelessness, and among women who test positive for the criteria for in fact, they call it demoralization. All the ones we've tested and are diagnosed as being demoralized, they do not take their medications, and they do not give their child their medication. And truly, this then becomes our Achilles heels in this prevention. Now, highlighted in that beautiful yellow, mustard yellow, is what is achievable. When we diagnose, when we start treatment on time, and when we sustain an individual on treatment, so you have viral suppression, mother-child transmission rate is less than 1%. And in this context, we actually protect breastfeeding for the infant. Now, this slide summarizes a little bit of that journey. We started off with our studies on prevention of mother-child transmission. First of all, with describing mother-child transmission of HIV. And I remember reading the work even from the teams of Professor Sawakambo as a young doctor. We did studies where we did the pathophysiology of disease. We then started the clinical intervention trials, and then moved to what we are now calling implementation science. And really, this is a focus for us to maintain the gains we've had. Now, along the way, one of the most important medicines that we were doling out to our patients when we didn't have any antiretroviral drugs, was a medicine called hope. And I think that continues to be a challenge that we need to continue building hopefulness in our population. We then had single-dose nevirapine, and I'm glad we talk about single-dose nevirapine. Dr. Philippa Msoke was the lead in the paper published, I think, 1999, that showed nevirapine prevented mother-child transmission of HIV. And for all of us, isn't it amazing how one tablet at the onset of labor and less than a teaspoon of medicine to that baby within 72 hours had an efficacy of 50%. We were immediately able to reduce HIV transmission by 50%. And I believe in a God of mercy, because our health services then, we could organize ourselves to deliver one tablet at the onset of labor and that little teaspoon to the baby. There isn't time to discuss how we did that, the syringes that we send mothers home with, the tablets that were hidden in envelopes. But truly that whole phase of starting to scale up PMTCT is what has delivered the successes we have now. And as you can see, the list of the different phases we went through until finally we are here where we say test, treat, achieve viral suppression. Not just for the pregnant women, but anybody who is diagnosed with HIV. Now, this is the journey of Kenya over many years. I think, oh, sorry, the slides are not moving. Excuse me, I don't see the slides here, so I'm not able to move the... If somebody could help me with that.
Our IT colleagues help with the slides, they can't move. Okay.
So the slide which hopefully will come backwards, 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 again, backwards, again. Back, back. You're going back, you're going forward. Go back. Go back. No, you're still going forward. Go back. You're going forward, you're going towards the end. Yeah. So the slide that you're going to see shows the Kenyan data from 2010. In 2010, we had an estimated 16,000 children who infected with HIV. And by 2022, we were down to about just over 3,000 cases. Before antiretroviral drugs, we are counting numbers of 40,000, 50,000. So clearly, in that time period, from 2000 until now, we have made great progress. Please, the ICT, please support us with the slides. This is the last slide, so you need to go to the beginning. Okay, so this is a slide which I'll show you the progress that we have made in terms of the different protocols. Just to highlight, from single-dose nevirapine, then there was AZT, then we used to do short, long, all manner of manipulations around the drugs to prevent mother-child transmission of HIV. And we are down there now where we have the DTG protocols which have provided us with that less than 1% transmission rate. This is a curve I was talking about, the decline in mother-child transmission of HIV. The challenge, as you can see it, I hope you can see it, that we reached a point of flattening. From around 2010 in all our countries, including, I'm sure including even Uganda here, we adopted what was called option B+. These are triple ARVs to achieve viral suppression in pregnant and breastfeeding women. And you can see how the red line that represents new infant infection just dropped. But we have flattened out. This slide shows you then what is the current status of our program for preventing mother-child transmission of HIV. We still have 12 infected children every day. We have about 68,000 children living with HIV. We have achieved phenomenal progress in that we have rolled out the DTG protocol into all of Kenya. But we continue to have mother-child transmission. And the mother-child transmission rates are highest in the low HIV prevalence areas. So this continues to be a challenge of how do we program for our country. And in that last bar chart illustrates which baby is getting infected. And the list reads like, a mother did not receive her ARVs. She was diagnosed, she came to a health facility, was diagnosed, but for some reason did not get her ARVs. 2, a mother who was on treatment and decides to stop taking the drugs. Then 3, the women who were newly infected and so didn't get a chance to start their ARVs. And then finally, a very small proportion are women who didn't achieve viral suppression. This year, we should be concerned because there are reports that DTG, magical medicine, is starting to show evidence of ARV resistance. And so these are emerging challenges in terms of our prevention programs. Now, I'll take a step back into history. I'm taking a step back into history in an effort to inspire the young people who are here. This scrappy-looking paper on this slide is the report of the first PMTCT program in Kenya in Homa Bay County. At that time, we walked into Homa Bay, which is very far from the University of Nairobi. It's here in the region of Lake Victoria. 1 in every 3 pregnant women was HIV infected. We offered women single-dose nevirapine. And for the ones who came early, we were able to give some AZT, just AZT for PMTCT. And then we monitored the infants. And what we were able to show is that before we had the PMTCT program, 7% of the children, 7.9% of the infants who are 6 weeks old were HIV infected based on PCR testing. And after we had implemented that single-dose nevirapine, a little AZT for the ones who came in time, that dropped to 3.8%. So that 50% reduction in transmission that had been documented in clinical trial settings actually worked in this health facility, which had very, very little resources. In fact, that hospital at that time could have been clearly labeled an HIV hospital. There were many, many ill people. And this became now the rallying call, hope for all of us. We ran the program for 3 years, and we were tracking the number of women coming in and whether they were testing positive. And you can see, without antiretroviral drugs, we had a sustained epidemic. That every day there are many women coming in for their antenatal care who are HIV infected and who will transmit to their child if we don't have an intervention. And I think we need to remember that in this time when we have limited resources, if we cannot sustain our treatment program, we'll be back to counting numbers like this. I also showed this to show that people innovated with whatever resources that they were. There was no money for antenatal cards. There was no money for registers. So we used to buy the black book. You know, you remember the counter book, and you'd rule it to make a register, and the staff then would document this data, and this is the data that we're able to present and do advocacy for our programs. Not just our program in Kenya, but for us in Sub-Saharan Africa. Now, the challenge of PMTCT is that there are 3 cohorts. There's the pregnant cohort, there's the time you come in for delivery, and there's the time you go to have the postnatal when you're following up postnatal clinic with your baby. And what we found, and which is consistent, is that mothers come up front to the bigger hospitals for antenatal care. Many deliver at home, and then they go down to the dispensary for their follow-up for their infant for immunization. So if you're running a PMTCT program, it must run throughout the whole system. It's not enough to say a county hospital is working well, so it's okay. Even the dispensary has to function, and this is the work we worked on as a team. Now, I put here some photographs to show you For us to do that first program, we were tasked to develop a pilot proposal for implementation of PMTCT services. And this was in partnership with WHO and UNICEF. That manual is what we developed as a manual to train health workers so that they can deliver the service. We were full-time university faculty, so we couldn't be on the ground, so we needed to work with the teams on the ground. And I would like to say that this manual was adopted by WHO to become the manual that all of us use for PMTCT. One of the team members in this development of this manual was Sam Kalibala, who had gained a lot of experience in issues around counseling and testing in the work that he was doing here in Uganda. We then needed to communicate to the women and their partners for testing. And we partnered with a firm that was making docudramas to make that docudrama called Secure the Future, to introduce the concept that you could do HIV testing. We're talking about 2000 when the disease was highly stigmatized. And one of the barriers was the men. I remember one of the actors there saying, look at me, this man, this strong man here, how can I have HIV infection? And I think the older people remember those times. So we then had it translated into the different languages so that we could actually be able to reach people in rural communities in Kenya. In our work, in our pilot work, we were able to describe what the workflow for PMTCT. And as you see this workflow, this is the workflow for PMTCT even today. And so when we talk about integration, and the big talk is about integrating care, a mom coming in just into a facility and being seen by any health worker, we really need to think through what we mean by that. The ANC operates a health education, HIV testing, then you initiate your ARVs, there's checking for the pregnancies, whether the pregnancy is good, and then there's support for disclosure. Most pregnant women are young, newly married, living with their mother-in-law, and you have to counsel them to reach a point of being able to disclose to their partner so that they can both benefit from the treatment. So those were some of the challenges that were there. The other thing that we did was to standardize the package. When you standardize, then you're able to implement it everywhere, and you're also able to monitor and figure out where the bugs are in the system. If you have a program where in facility A, you're only doing this, facility B is doing that, you can be going wrong in your systems and you'll never find out because there isn't enough numbers for you to evaluate your practice. And I pose that even as we integrate HIV care into all the other programs, we need to standardize. We need to standardize practice so we can tell when we are not doing right. Now, you can't see the numbers, but this slide shows the registers that we're using, counting the numbers, but also trying to project. If we only get to 50% of the mothers, how many new infant infections are we going to have? We did this as a way of inspiring the health worker to see that you're going somewhere. There's a job, there's a goal that when we don't do, we are going to face children who are members of our community who are HIV infected. And on the right is the SIRE module, the SIRE quality, continuous quality assurance module that developed out of this work and which now we use it for many other things. Now, collaboration was important, and it continues to be important. For us at the university, the collaboration, first of all, with our referral hospitals, collaboration with the National AIDS Control Program, collaboration with the hospitals in the counties, other medical schools, collaboration also with our partners who are the University of Washington at that time. And what was important for us, our American universities, their interest was research. our interest was implementation of programs. And it was important that you have that balance, that we don't forget that you are the physician here in Kenya, in Africa, and that the care needs to be provided, and it is not sacrificed at the altar of doing high-tech research. And I think the people who do research know what I'm talking about. Now, as universities, we have the privilege of being able to pull together medical education, research, and service delivery. And we use this to our maximum, so that wherever we were implementing, we made sure that we're building capacity of the team on the ground, we were collecting data, we were writing it up, and it was feeding back into the national program. Now, our collaboration was not only in the, let's see, I'm forgetting, I do one thing and I forget the other. In 2011, we were here in this city. In the day that New York was bombed, we were actually here in Kampala in a meeting of pediatricians. And from that meeting, we have this product. This was a manual to train health workers to provide guidance on care of HIV-infected children. And the numbers you see there are the numbers of pediatricians who were able to mobilize from our continent to develop that manual. On the left, my left, are the ones who wrote the English version. On the right, our colleagues who translated it into French. So out of this work, we were able to impact the whole continent in terms of care of the HIV-infected children. Remember, 9 out of 10 HIV-infected children live in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, for us to do research, we need to have skills. So we did a little study. We actually toyed with the idea of using data from Makerere, but we said we'll do it at the University of Nairobi. We looked at the curriculum. We looked at the university's project people's curriculum, and we looked at the curriculum of faculty in School of Medicine, who are medical doctors, and then comb through the journals to see how much are they publishing. And what we found is that faculty who don't have additional research training were on average taking 5 years to publish one paper. Those who had had additional research training, an MPH or a PhD, were publishing 2 papers per year. So the MEPI program, which Professor Hambo and others led, was a very important initiative to build the capacity to generate the research that we needed for our programs. And some of our colleagues want to remember them, and I say we remember them because even that book which I showed you, 2 of the editors are no longer with us, so it's good to remember those who have gone. The series of grants that we had supported us to do that. The challenge today in this year, 2026, is the question whether the training we were doing, supported by MEPI, HEPI, etc., have we integrated it into our universities? Can somebody come and say, I want to, as somebody leaving an MED in medicine, an MED in pediatrics, are you a competent researcher? Are you a physician researcher to be able to address the next generation of problems? I think we saw that. So out of that training, out of the training that we got, we've been able to learn how to present data in a way that talks to the leadership. This slide was, we used it in one of our meetings with the National AIDS Control Program. If you look on the left, the general population, we have achieved our goals. We have achieved the 95% goals, isn't it? But when you go, you stratify, it shows that there are gaps. This kind of illustration of data is important because the public health practitioners don't have time to look at many numbers. So visualization of data. These are some of the skills that we have learned in training on research. I'll now skip many slides and go towards the end. Just see that these are the things we still need to do. You can see those 5 circles are different domains for us to prevent mother-child transmission of HIV. Are we doing it? We need to invest, health education for adolescents, resources for diagnosis, prevention in family planning clinics, labs that can do virology. We need to integrate. And when we talk of integration, it's not just at the hospital, but also at managing the programs. I interact closely with the National AIDS Control Program, and I'm not sure we have the right, I'm not sure we have the picture right. I'm not sure we have the plan, the step one, step two approach to this integration. And this is something, as universities, we need to address ourselves to. And then we were supposed to be validated in 2021. I don't know is there any African country, sub-Saharan African country that has achieved this? I think Botswana. The rest of us are far away. So we need to be strategic. We need systems thinking. And we also need to have a sense of self-determination. As university faculty, let us be unapologetic by going down to the ground and micromanaging what is happening. We have a lot of knowledge. We have the ability to influence the people we are training, but also the people who are in the workplace are former students. So it is supporting them when you do this micromanagement. And use modern management methods to motivate everybody. For example, this red-green card, very useful. Activities that motivate the whole team. There's a lot of demoralization even among health workers. And then spotlighting those who are doing well or those who are not doing well and going to the ground and find out what is the problem. This is from the WHO thing, I can say that. And then success, I'm happy we are here with Barara because he said success is not an option. And I want to say that for us to be successful, we need grit. Grit comes with to have an interest, to practice, to have a sense of purpose, and to also be hopeful. So I stopped there, and those are my collaborators. They are members of their Ministry of Health people there. They are researchers from our Research Institute, Kemri. They are faculty from the University of Nairobi, and there's also staff from Kenyatta National Hospital who are collaborators. Thank you for giving me time to present.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ruth, for a wonderful presentation. 30 years of experience in prevention of mother transmission of HIV in Nairobi or in Kenya. I've known Prof. Ruth for many years as a champion of prevention of mother-to-child transmission. A very strong voice in that field in Africa. So thanks very much for sharing your experience. So let's reserve the questions now. Let's ask Professor Bernard Omechi, Alila University, who is going to talk to us on integrated approaches in education research and communicable and non-communicable diseases in sub-Saharan Africa. You are welcome, Prof. Please do introduce yourself briefly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the session chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As the ICT loads my slide, I would like to congratulate AFREhealth for clocking 10 years in existence. I want to also thank the leadership of AFREhealth for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share our work which is related to the topic. Allow me also to recognize my mentors in the house. That is none other than Professor Sewakambo. I don't know if Professor Harriet Mayanja is here. He's one of those that helped me to discover my passion in research. So, ladies and gentlemen, the topic that I'm presenting here is informed by my practice. I've been a physician for some years now. I worked in Botswana. I'm happy to see my team whom I worked with in the University of Botswana, who helped me appreciate teaching and practice. I also want to appreciate the colleagues that I'm working with in this particular topic. So I'm Associate Professor, Dr. Bernard Omech, physician by training. I'm currently leading research on integration of multiple long-term conditions, particularly cardiometabolic and mental health integration at primary health care. That's what we are calling the M-Care model in sub-Saharan Africa. So this presentation, I'll be able to take you through 4 transitions. That is from fragmented care, that is still the dominant feature of our primary health care, to person-centered integration care. And from that, we are looking at the evidence to implementation, and then implementation at scale for impact. I think this aligns very well with the theme of this conference. Mine is more foundational. My previous speaker was giving you a 30-year experience. Mine is still at the foundational stage. Don't fear that I might take longer to be able to share that insight with you. I'll start with a typical situation in our primary health care, where we have one patient, many clinics, and no system. Imagine a 52-year-old who has hypertension, diabetes, depression. These patients attend one of our clinics, program-based clinics. That is hypertension, and the hypertension is managed. However, the health worker, because they are more interested in the care of hypertension, they rarely check for diabetes. And these same patients never gets to be screened for mental health issues. And that is a critical gap in our primary health care system. And leave alone cancers, which is a common NCD in our environment, is never checked at all, is not screened for that. So at the end, patients with multimorbidity, these are 2 or more conditions which are of chronic nature that this patient may be having, and this constitutes of about 30% of our patients' populations. They get to miss this. Leave alone the fact that most of our patients now live with the undiagnosed NCD condition like hypertension and diabetes. So what does that tell you? We have a health system that is organized around diseases rather than people. And yesterday's discussion was focused on redesigning our health system. I want to thank Professor Sewa Kambo, who challenged all of us to redesign the health system that we have inherited. I think what we are doing is trying exactly to address that concern, so that really our health system will look our patients. Oh yes, sorry. So this is basically the current reality of our health system. It's poorly designed, mostly disease-focused, not person-centered. We have very weak referral pathways across all levels. Patients simply come from wherever they are, bypass the PHC, they self-refer, if not all the way up to national referral. And this is in contrast with the experience that I had at Botswana, where it was a government system that all primary health care must be able to check their patients before it goes to the higher level. They used to airlift us from the national referral, Princess Marina, to go to an upcountry health facility to see patients and build capacity at that level. So referral was in a very orderly manner. Unfortunately, it is not the case for most of our health system here in Africa, where chronic care is still very much uncoordinated with the specialist facilities. So we have a system where health records are very fragmented. There are parallel health financing mechanisms, mainly biased to infectious disease, HIV. Those are the ones that tend to have resources, and NCDs, nobody seems to prioritize that. So in the end, our system does not hold anybody accountable for overseeing longitudinal care. So, so what we are looking at, yes, this slide is basically giving us the WHO vision of integrated care. Talks about NCD care continuum, where we integrate prevention together with the integrated person-centered care. And integrated person-centered care, by definitions, has 4 main domains, where you look at the person as a whole, not disease focused. In this case, we are looking at persons with a different chronic element, the multimorbidity, and their other needs. We are looking at coordination and continuous care. Could be coordination among lower level health facilities and the upper referral health facilities, so that these patients actually do not overwhelm our national referral. As I talk now, I get occasions when I go and work at Lira Regional Referral on the days that they are seeing patients with diabetes. And you find a whole crowd like this waiting to see one clinician. Do they all need to be there? No. They were meant to be well segregated from lower health facilities, where uncomplicated cases are taken good care of, and only those complicated that need specialists should be sent upward. But that's not the case. And the other element is the patients need to be empowered. They should be engaged so that they can self-manage, because they live with a disease. 90% of the time they live with a disease. But our patients rarely understand the difference between having malaria and a chronic disease like hypertension. This is a big challenge. How do you manage yourself? This is a big gap in our health system as part of our integrated care. Then the concept of managing patients across their lifespan, where their needs keep changing, is very core in our concepts of integrated care. So WHO have put together building blocks which makes integration of this concept very easy in our health system. Unfortunately, it's not the case. We have the WHO PEN, that is the World Health Package on Essential Non-Communicable Disease level, which are supposed to be operationalized at primary health care. In Botswana, they have already done that. And we used to have very clear approaches on how to do that. And then recently, WHO also launched what they're calling the WHO PEN Plus. And this is meant now to support the first referral level facility, general hospitals, to be able to integrate the care of type 1 diabetes, sickle cell disease, severe hypertension, and other cardiovascular disease. And this, as a dynamic effort where the referral facilities, the national referral facilities, are supposed to support the capacity development at lower level, so that the facilities do what they are supposed to do, and those at national referral get to see the patients that really deserve their attention. Unfortunately, this may not be happening at the moment. I would have talked about another building block, which is the mental health gap, which we are already using in our M-Care to strengthen screening of patients with mental health disease at that level. So why is this important in this discussion today? We are talking of implementation science, which is now very important concept which is helping us move evidence to practice. That's where we should be able to all engage in. Why is it that very good interventions fail when they enter real health system? All these evidence I've talked about, why do they fail? Yesterday we were talking about implementation at scale, all this evidence to make impact. How does it happen? Contexts are very different. Evidence alone is not sufficient. The intervention is only half the science. We need to understand the other half. And in this case, implementation science help us. There are very important tools, the validation tools that are used. Like, for example, CIFA, Consolidated Framework on Implementation Science Research, which help us understand context and drivers of these conditions. And then REHAIM is another complementary framework that is used in implementation science. So we are able to apply hybrid randomized clinical trial. Yesterday we were talking about the different types of randomized clinical trial in implementation science. And in this case, we prefer to use the type 3 hybrid randomized trial method, which help us focus on implementation, because that is where the problem is. Should be our primary focus. Whereas we are interested in effectiveness in those contexts, these are already well-known effective interventions. So for our study, which we launched last year, the MCARE, we are focusing on strengthening primary health care by integrating WHO PEN and MHGAP for NCDs and mental health at primary health care. So we are looking to enrolling patients with hypertension, diabetes, dyslipidemia, that is cardiometabolic, and then those other ones with the mild common form of mental health disease, that is the anxiety, substance abuse, and depressions. And what is our intervention? Our intervention is to make sure that we redesign the flow of patients in our outpatient. Good enough government in Uganda have directed that integration be done at all levels. So you go to our health facilities, you find acute care unit, and there's chronic care unit. So it sort of made our life a little easier when we are going to now work with the health facility to improve that system. So we are going to train our health workers on WHO PEN and MHGAP. And we are going to improve electronic medical record, decision support system, and resources for early detections. Simple diagnostic, point of care diagnostic, and then improve supply chain. So our specific objective is to co-design this with the primary health care workers as well as policymakers, train PHCs to implement this, and evaluate implementation process effectiveness and cost effectiveness, and engage the key stakeholders to make sure that this intervention will be widely used. Just to take you briefly the details of what we are doing here, the design, I already mentioned, is a type 3 hybrid effectiveness implementation, which is prospective, 2-arm, open cluster randomized clinical trial. We are looking at enrolling over 6,000 patients in 230 clusters, PAC facilities in Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda. And of course, we are looking at the intervention arm and then the standard care arm. And we are, of course, using the health professional that we find in those health facilities, which may include the nurse, the medical officer, and the clinical officer. And of course, this is a 1-year intervention where we are going to do a baseline at start and then follow up at 6 months and then at 12 months. Our primary outcome, as I said, is going to be the implementation outcome, which is the reach how many patients will be reached by our intervention, including how the facilities will adopt them, the fidelity, the cost, and the secondary outcome will look at the dual control of the cardiometabolic and then the mental health conditions. So I say this is a study which is at foundational level. What is our progress so far? We have had our ethical clearance. We had our inception meeting early this year. The implementation question is no longer simply, does integrated care work? I think all of us here are in agreement that integrated care works. But how does it work? For whom? In which context? Which strategies? How can we sustain it at scale? That is the question MCare is trying to address. Thank you very much for listening to me. I want to acknowledge our funder, that is European Union, and my partners whom we are working with in this program, including African Population Health Research, based in Nairobi, Amsterdam University Medical Center, University of Copenhagen, Denmark, and the University of Ghana, University of Netherlands, the Teaching University, London School of Economics and Political Science, United Kingdom, and of course the Ministry of Health in these 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, and Ghana. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Omechi. Wonderful presentation from Ghana, Southern Africa. So you can see what comes from Southern Africa. Let's keep the questions. We move quickly to Professor Gugu Mchunu. She is online. Colleagues there, if you can link her up. Professor Gugu Mchunu is from the University of Durban University of Technology in South Africa. She's going to talk to us on smiling outside, dying inside. Very exciting talk. Very cozy topic. Smiling inside, dying outside. So let's listen. I think our colleagues are linking her up now. Okay, thank you. Professor Mchunu, can you unmute yourself, please, and you can start talking. The audience is ready and waiting to listen to you. Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Thank you so much. Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to upload my document. It looks so great. Doesn't even appear on my side. My apologies, Chair. I'm just trying to link. It just appears gray on my side.
Okay, you can try again. The other alternative is, since we can hear you, you can speak through your presentation if it can't project.
But I've just sent it through now.
Okay.
I don't know if they will see it, but I just shared it via the email.
Okay, okay, thank you.
I don't know if someone can just confirm. I sent it to Clara and Regina, if they are around there.
Yeah, they are. It hasn't come yet, but yeah, they are around. Clara, are you close by? Yeah, you can start talking, and if it comes through, they will plug it through the system.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see here the email that I need to send it to, so that's what I will do.
Okay, okay.
Then I will just start by introducing myself.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Right, I've sent it through.
Okay. Yeah, the colleagues are checking on it.
Thank you, Chair. I hope they will indicate once they've received it. Let me just show my phone.
Yeah, they have received it. They are plugging it in, but you can meanwhile start introducing yourself, and as they are busy sorting it out.
So good afternoon, colleagues. My apologies. Technology is just doing something. I just want to show my face. All right. I'm so sorry about that. Let me just introduce myself. Good afternoon once again. My name is Bubu Nkulu. Thank you so much for having me here, Chair, and thank you for the patience whilst I'm struggling here. I'm Bubu Nkulu once again. I'm a professor of nursing working at the Durban University of Technology in Durban in South Africa. I'm also an executive dean in the Faculty of Health Sciences at the Durban University of Technology. My work is just focused on staff and employee wellness in the workplaces, but also by the nature of the work that I do here, I'm also responsible for student health. I'm also responsible for student success. It is my responsibility. So we are seeing more and more mental health related incidents in our higher education institution, and specifically in my institution. So my presentation today is inspired by that, and also just to share some information and cases that we've experienced as an institution, but I've also taken liberty just to look at what is happening in the sub-Saharan region. So my presentation is inspired by that because this is now becoming more like a pandemic which is costing the South African economy a lot of money in the region of about billions of rands every year. we have then decided to have a project. I will just touch briefly on that project, but I'm just, today, it's just mainly looking at the whole picture. Then towards the end, I will touch on the project that we are embarking on. I don't know if the...
Yes, it is. Yes, you can go ahead. It is, yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just trying to buy time. So, as I've mentioned, the trigger for this presentation, it was just the comments that have been made by people in different spaces, in the radio stations, the social media, but also the students as we engage with them. So when we talk to people, actually I was just listening in one of the conversations that I've had, which really made me worried, where people were mentioning, these are some of the quotes that they have, that on a Sunday I have this anxiety of going to this toxic environment, I cry every day, I'm on antidepressants, and it was a worry for me because then it means that people are going through a lot. But one of the things that also got me worried was when someone said women in the workplaces are in the forefront of bullying other women and even helping those women to, men to bully women in the workplaces. One was talking about not being able to wake up in the morning. And so these are just the quotes that I took from the conversation. Then it brought in the question, whether, do we really know the people that we work with? Do we even know what they are going through? Do we even know what they look like outside work? Because when we see them, they are smiling. But are they really smiling when we think they are smiling? Do we know our co-workers, or they are just wearing the mask, so we see the mask and it is just a filtered mask that they must wear only when they come to work? So outside we may be seeing these daily routines that people do, but we don't know the private struggles that they go through and the true motivation and the entire inner lives that people go through because of our expectations at work. So what is this smiling depression all about? It is a term, it's there, and so I just took it and I thought, so people are smiling and you see that mask. If you see them at work, they are high functioning, they present as cheerful people, they are put together in public, while privately they are experiencing this sadness and exhaustion and hopelessness. They show up at work, they are busy, they are downplaying every symptom. If you ask them, they will just say, I'm fine. But are they really fine? They are engulfed by these mental health challenges, which could be depression, anxiety. I'm glad that the previous speaker also touched on that, on mental health issues. So that is the question about our co-workers. Are the slides moving, Chair?
Yes, you can proceed. Yes, you are very clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So over and above the staff that we deal with, it's also the students. What we see when we see the students, they will show up in class, they turn up for work on time, or for classes, they are cracking jokes, they are just behaving like the normal students, and you ask them again, they say, I'm fine. But what is actually happening is that they are exhausted. They have to rehearse, before coming to class. They don't even care about the achievements, whether they are passing or not, but they just feel this hollow feeling. So when you ask them, they will say, I'm fine. They are wearing a mask. This goes on, we continue with our normal lives until the headlines. When you see the headlines, But then it's a little bit too late. When the tragedy strikes, the student falls. Last year we had 2 students who actually committed suicide, and no one knew what they were going through until there was that headline. A student just jumped and fell off the building. When the newspaper and the journalists were asking them, some of the students that had themselves attempted suicide, what led them to feel so desperate? Many spoke of academic pressures, the problems at home, pre-existing mental health problems, which these are just normal health problems as we know it as healthcare workers, but we don't notice the sign. That is the issue, that we do not notice the sign. Even those of us in the health sciences field, we don't notice the sign because we ourselves are going through a lot. So this is a hidden crisis behind the mask, where staff and students in the higher education institution, this is becoming a concern because there is a burden of depression, anxiety, stress, and burnout. But despite the visibility of the health, if you go to maybe the higher education institution, they speak highly of human capital because these people are in the core. They will say our people. But the mental health, the people are suffering, and within them it remains largely invisible. In policy it's there, but in practice it's not there. The main concern is the concealment. And people are not hiding this by accident. They do it on purpose because of the stigma, because of the institutional culture. Once you mention that you have been on leave, on sick leave because of mental health issues, then the stigma, then yeah, a lot is happening. Hence this metaphor of smiling outside, dying inside. It captures the whole paradox of mental health in higher education institution. Another concern is that of the treatment gaps, where it's not merely a clinical problem, but we have to look at the infrastructure and a whole lot of other things. So when we looked at what was happening in other countries, starting with South Africa, you can see that anxiety, this is now the students, about 37% of students who have anxiety. I looked at other countries such as Ghana, you can see the depressive symptoms, the suicide ideation, and also Nigeria is there, and in Uganda. These are real cases of what has been happening. This is just the tip of the iceberg, one of the highly publicized mental health and suicide cases that happened. In South Africa, for example, we had a professor who committed suicide because the students were bullying him, and they even came to occupy the office for 2 weeks, forcing him to leave or relocate. He became, he was in a state of fear and stuttering, so he took his life in July 2018. And you can see also the trend. I suppose you know about this highly publicized case of a professor in Cambridge who resigned but then decided to commit suicide. So there is a lot of these cases. But how come we don't hear about this? Because we know that people are dying of stress, but see a person dying of heart attack, of stroke, or hypertension. Instead, the underlying medical event will be the one that is put forward to say it was cardiac arrest. But we know these things are happening. There are individuals who have died of heart attacks, and the colleagues knew about it, that the person has been complaining about maybe high workload, they've been stressed, they've been going through a lot, even at work, even in their private lives. But then there is research on academia, but we don't talk about what is the real cause of death. If we look at common forms of bullying, you will see that there is one, like the professor was talking about, where there is academic bullying, where people will just gang up against you. There is that power-based managerial abuse, where the line manager will abuse the junior staff to an extent that maybe they will end up resigning. But there is also harassment. Then there is professional undermining, where a person will be sabotaged and then the line manager will take credit for this person's work, and they are just undermined in what they are doing. But again, there are other forms such as staff-on-staff mobbing. There is student peer bullying, and where there is body shaming. Then there is sexual harassment. There is school level one, where it's a student to student. I'm trying to rush. So then the workplace mobbing. Here, what is, it's surprising, but maybe expected, because then here we find that students in health sciences are the ones who are mostly affected. They become the victims, they become helpless, and all these anxiety, depression, they go through all these. And then they become suicidal, they go through, again, these days we have cyberbullying, verbal insults and threats and exclusion, but also, which is, this might be linked to their work, academic work. These are also some of the numbers of academic staff where staff have shown psychological distress, and medical students, again, coming up as those that are mostly affected, and depression. These are just some of the things that these people go through. I just want to, because of time, I just want to touch on what the research says here, is that in the African region alone, it shows that about 40% of medical students, again, in the low and middle income countries, they have financial stress, social adjustment, and so on. But this is the group that is experiencing this, but they are seen as socially advantaged group by others. So the interventions that are there are interventions, yes, but are they working? Those that are individually focused. I saw my colleague again was touching on that, the cognitive behavior therapy, digital mental health interventions, community-based models. And then this institutional and systemic approach for staff and students, this is the one which uses the integrative approaches, which is the one that I'm working with the colleagues now and try to focus on, and that is now the proposed project that we are working on. And because if you look at the mental health interventions that are there, they are there, but they are focusing mainly on adults, and this group of youth, which are very vulnerable, are left out. Also, the suicide prevention research comes from Western settings, which I think we already know here as healthcare practitioners, that it comes from Western settings, but if you adapt it locally, here in South Africa, we even say that there are some of those mental health conditions which doesn't even have an African name. You don't even know how to explain it to people. It's the same thing, even with the interventions. Another thing is that of the proposed project that we want to evaluation. So we are working on a hybrid suicide prevention strategy which will mitigate a person-centered empowerment package. This proposed project, it aims to tackle the pressing public health issue, and we are going to look at the evidence-based and stakeholder-informed approach, which will measure both clinical outcomes and implementation outcomes. So I'm working with a team from different countries. There is so the South African team will be based here at the Durban University of Technology, and we also have colleagues from Botswana and the US that we are working with. So the proposed project will employ BMAC, and we will do sequential exploratory mixed methods, and also different phases. So you see here there is phase 1 to 4, which I'm not going to go through, and then just rush into conclusion, where we are concerned that there is a lot of concealment where people do not disclose. There is limited direct comparative work with within African setting, and also the transferability of interventions of these models to the African context. They are still untested. Despite all these intervention, treatment gaps still exist. But another thing is about the infrastructure shortages, the stigma that we still have for people with mental health issues, which then results into this smiling outside and just keep everything inside when you are burning. Even where effective interventions exist, most of those in need never access them because it is very costly. I would like to acknowledge my team here. So there you can see that there is massage for the staff members. That is what we do also. We just try and treat them to massage and just to relieve stress a little bit. And thank you so much. And I will end it there. Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for
Thank you very much, Prof. Mchuno, on a very exciting, important subject, which is usually kind of neglected, but the impact is heavy. So thanks very much for sharing those, and we believe that the study you are going to do will bring forth some very exciting outcome that will help to change practice. Colleagues there, can you load the last presentation there? Yeah, load the last presentation in the file Kampala. Take the presentation that is on Eswatini. The file that is the second one, not that one. The second file. Thank you very much. I can see the presentation is coming through. This is what we call a plug-in. Those who do computers, I think they understand what a plug-in means. So this was supposed to have been done earlier, but I've taken the advantage of being the chair so that I can also share the presentation that should have been done earlier on. So we're talking about mentorship, and we're talking about research, education, and NCD and non-communicable or communicable diseases. So this is work that was done by my student. The first name there, have you gone to the first slide first, the very first slide? Can I lower them? Okay. Let me see if I can roam. So this is work that was done by the lady by the name Welile Zgamini from Swaziland for her master's in epidemiology, and the two people you see there were her supervisors, and I happened to be one of them. And so the work was on determinants of HIV seroconversion among users of oral pre-exposure prophylaxis to prevent people at risk from acquiring HIV in the Kingdom of Eswatini. And so this is data from 2018 to 2024. And so, as you see, we all know the burden of HIV is very high in Eswatini, one of the high burden HIV countries. And really the purpose of this study was to assess the impact of PrEP introduction on reduction of HIV or seroconversion among people who were using PrEP. And so when we look at who did we really have to enroll, we enrolled people who were HIV negative. And the real purpose was to determine the incidence and actually what triggered this seroconversion process. And all those were the specific objectives that were done. Furthermore, so this was predominantly a study that used data that was existing from the period 2018 to 2024, and you can see that it cuts across the COVID pandemic period. So the pre, the COVID, and the post-COVID pandemic period. And then we'll see really what happened. And the unit of analysis on this study were individuals who were PrEP users. And so, as I said earlier, we included individuals that had a documented HIV negative at the beginning of the oral PrEP initiation. And at that time, the country had just initiated the TDF-based PrEP for that particular period. And all those who were HIV positive at initiation were actually excluded. So what was the key variable of outcome? It was confirmed HIV seroconversion after PrEP initiation, and also the date of first confirmed positive HIV test from the time PrEP was initiated to the time of seroconversion. And what determinants were we looking at? We looked at age, sex, whether the woman was pregnant or breastfeeding. We also looked at PrEP adherence. We looked at STI history, but also interruption of treatment. And as indicated earlier, data was from the National PrEP Register, from electronic medical records, from HIV testing records, pharmacy refill records, laboratory information systems, and other facility registers. And so how did we analyze the data? Of course, we looked at descriptive analysis, focusing on participants' characteristics, but we also estimated HIV conversion at the time, from the time of initiation to the time of seroconversion. But predominantly to assess factors, we use a multivariable model using Poisson regression with robust variance estimation, which was fitted to assess or estimate the incidence rate ratios with 95% confidence intervals. And factors with P greater or less than 0, particularly less than 0.05, were taken as statistically significant. So I see you are not moving the slides, so but I hope people are following. I'm almost close to the last slide. Potential sources of bias, we looked at lost follow-up and information censoring, but also we looked at missing or incomplete routine program data. And how did we mitigate that? We used multiple imputation models to be able to assess for assumptions where they were basically defensible. But also we triangulated refill, visit, and self-reported adherence measures. What did we find? The overall incidence rate ratio was 10.3%. So we had a study sample of 3,379 and 348 positive HIV post PrEP initiation. And we also identified that those that were pregnant and lactating were associated with a lower risk of seroconversion, almost 96% lower risk. And so go to the very last table 1, just compare seroconverted and non-converted. You can see that age, the region where they came from, and the period of initiation showed that the characteristics were significantly different. And what did we actually find as factors? Age, you can see the younger people, but also the area where these people came from had a strong relationship in terms of seroconversion. And the understanding, particularly if we are looking at the area, is that these are high transit routes where these track passes through, and so level of sexual activity is high. But also we saw earlier on that pregnancy and lactation were protective factors, and we know who becomes pregnant, they are mostly younger people. And so there is a kind of an effect modifier between age and seroconversion. And how do we now conclude from those findings? We have seen that seroconversion was high, 10.3 is relatively high. We expect that once we start PrEP, that actually there should be no one seroconverting. And so we also saw this particularly an area, the whole area linked to high conversion rate, which means that if we have to institute public health programs, we must know which are the groups of people to target and which are the particular areas where there should be more resources invested other than going haywire. And so at Stellenbosch, I didn't introduce myself. I come from Stellenbosch University. We strive for excellency, and failure is not an option. So I say, maybe I should ask the Vice Chancellor of MAST that we must combine these mottos. Succeed we must, because failure is not an option. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. And so we had, though I know time has gone, if there's only one burning question, I know the chair is coming forward, for our esteemed plenary speakers, if there's at least one burning question, please feel free. As the chair is walking, the chair of the conference walking forward to give us an announcement, maybe there is one burning question. If there is not, then let me use this opportunity to thank the 3 esteemed professors who shared their experience, their vast experience, the work they have been doing, but also the vast knowledge that they have in the field. Thanks very much, colleagues, and let's clap hands for them once more. And thanks everyone for staying on and listening. I know it is lunchtime, but let's give a chance to the chair to give us some announcement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Nyasulu. I hope I've mentioned the name very well. And there's very good news that our lunch is very, very, very ready. Just waiting for you to go and consume it. Now, we all know that our time was stretched a little bit, so we are requesting that we eat this lunch like soldiers. Some time back, many years when I was young, I went for a cadre course, and when the last person got food, we all went for parade. So, so I'm requesting that we go and eat this lunch like soldiers. We still have 3 sessions to finish this day. We have a breakout session soon after lunch. Maybe I should read these sessions so that you are aware of where you're going. These are now labeled 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, and 4E. Today we have 5 panel sessions, breakout sessions, sorry. 5 breakout sessions. One in Acacia room, which is going to be integrated approach in education, research, and control of communicable and non-communicable diseases. This one is in Acacia, and yesterday this session was fully packed. It is moderated by this one is moderated by Professor Priska Olabisi Adejumo, who is the chair. I am the LOC chair, but Professor Priska is the overall chair of this whole conference. So she's going to be moderating a session in Acacia room just after lunch. 4B is strengthening health workforce education and retention for resilient and equitable health systems. This is going to be moderated by Professor Rose Nabirie Chalo, and it will be in Jacaranda room. 4C, integrated approach in education, research, and control of communicable and non-communicable diseases, that will be moderated by Professor Edward Dassa, and it is in Ebony room. There is 4D, which is a workshop. It will be in this room. It is titled Contribution to Research Excellence and Health Systems Strengthening in Africa, Dialogue on Global Health Security, Research and Bioinformatics. Wow. This is a workshop that will be moderated by the Infectious Disease Institute. So if that inspires you, global health, security, bioinformatics, you are in the right place. So eat very fast and come back to this room. The last one is E4E, Integrated Approach in Education, Research, and Control of Communicable and Non-Communicable Diseases. And this is moderated by my dean, Dr. Elias Kumba, and it's going to be in Mahogany room. So those are the 5 breakout sessions we are going to have immediately after lunch. And after the breakout session, we request that the breakout session would be moderated very well, maximum 1 hour. If you can do it in less, we'll be glad. But maximum, please, 1 hour, and then we come back here for AFREhealth at 10. The other one we had in the morning was just a starter. We have the real course coming after the breakout sessions. And then we shall have the AGM and we shall be gone. So thank you very much. The coupons are at the reception desk. But before we go, let's clap for our panelists who have done a very, very, very great job. Thank you very much. See you after lunch. Yeah, Prof, I think
the mic. We just shout using the mic, you know.
Take such medication on such other. So how do you cope with this? At which stage should pregnant women be included?
That's a really, really good question. And I was aware at the speed at which I touched on some of the issues that I hadn't gone into depth. But a lot of it would depend on the underlying disease and the severity of it. Some of it would depend if there was already a good treatment available and this was just looking for something better. So often I do use the example of Ebola. So imagine I told you, I've got this new drug, and you know what? I don't actually know if it's perfectly safe in pregnancy. However, you are pregnant, imagine, and you've got Ebola. If I don't give you the treatment, your death rate personally is about 70%, and without treatment, your baby is almost 100%. Would you be happy to take a treatment that has some degree of risk? And I think if you explain it in such terms, most people would think, yeah, they'd be willing to take the treatment. The same argument applies for some of the anti-cancer drugs and things that can happen in pregnancy. But at the other end of the extreme might be, say, a new antiretroviral. It might be that you have something coming and, you know, actually we know modern antiretrovirals are suppressive. Women and babies can have excellent outcomes with good adherence. Would you take the risk of a new product without much data? Well, perhaps not. Perhaps we'd hold off a little bit longer. So it really does depend on the circumstance. And then there's the risk of not being on any treatment at all. So we often see women with things like epilepsy or severe psychotic depression that decide to come off their treatment during pregnancy and breastfeeding, and the outcomes can be quite disastrous. So a lot of complex risk-benefit decisions to be made. I don't know if that answers your question. Thank you.
You can have a follow-up discussion with her. But do you have a follow-up question? Okay. Okay, Prof.
I want to congratulate the presentation on is it epidemic-ready primary health care? During COVID, I was the chair of the community engagement subcommittee of the National Task Force, and we pushed for establishment of village COVID task forces in every LC1. Did you hear of it? What do you think about it? Because I think really primary health ready, rather outbreak ready PHC is about organized communities, for which Uganda is very lucky.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that question. And I think having learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, and even currently from the current Bundibuj outbreak, we are realizing that being on the same page with the community can either make or break your response. Because where communities were on board, like for COVID, Uganda did an amazing job. And currently in DRC, where there is a bit of a disconnect between what the community feels and what the responders are doing, we see the outbreak is actually surging, you know, at rates we have never seen in history. So, like I indicated, prevention is always more cost-effective and cheaper than cure. So, and we do prevention by actually identifying the threat and mitigating it before it starts scaling. So we know that health facilities are the first point of amplification for infectious diseases. When an outbreak happens, someone comes to the hospital, they interact with others, that's how you have an outbreak spreading. But if we are able to have ears in the community to know where people are sick, so that we can begin investigations before people start making it up the referral chain of the healthcare system, then we actually have an upper hand of picking outbreaks and stopping them in their tracks before they become significant. So emerging from the COVID-19 outbreak, community healthcare worker training and capacity building has been top of the agenda of most of the development entities that are supporting health systems across the world. So the idea of community health teams is very welcome. I think it gives us more mileage in terms of the fact that the investment is not huge, but the return is quite significant. And this is not just for communicable diseases, but the same model can be used for non-communicable diseases, so that as these community health teams go around their villages or their communities doing sensitization, if you have diabetes, if you have hypertension, you could easily be referred to care and you attended to before you become a bigger liability to yourself and to the health system. So it is a strategy that is being implemented worldwide and a very solid approach. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to end there. So join me to thank our panelists who have done justice to this topic. I mean, we were supposed to have 1.5 hours. We have actually spent 45 minutes because it was really difficult to keep that long when we are really time pressed. But I'm grateful we have done justice today to the presentation, but they are available in case you want more follow-up for discussions. Even tomorrow they will be here. And also want to thank AFREhealth for giving us an opportunity to have this presentation made here. Thank you so much, and thank you, our president. Let's give a vote of thanks to them for the great presentation. And we hand over the next chair of the next session chair. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Friends, Ebola is officially behind us and now we are going outside. So from 24th to 26th of August, we're going to be at Speak Resort Munyonyo for the AFREhealth conference that is being held for the first time in Uganda, hosted by Mbara University School of Science and Technology. So this is practically a networking event for health workers all over Africa. We're going to have delegates from all over Africa, doctors, healthcare professionals, academicians, researchers, students, innovators, I don't even know, name it. So the theme this year is From Innovation to Impact, basically strengthening health systems through healthcare education, through research, and through service delivery improvement. Oh, this is basically the networking event of the season for all healthcare workers across Africa. We're going to meet, we're going to interact, we're going to improve, we're going to teach, we're going to learn, and we are going to have a really good time while at it at Speak Resort Munyonyo. Will you say I didn't tell you? No. Will I say I didn't tell me? No. Will I say my outfit is ready? Very much. Can you join us? Of course you can. You can register through the AFREhealth website. You go to events.afrehealth.org and make your registration, and I'm going to attach all the details in this video. Will we have a good time? Yes. Don't say you don't know where the networks are. Yep. I'm inviting you to the networking stations. Bye. Friends, Ebola is officially behind us and now we are going outside. So from 24th to 26th of August, we're going to be at Speak Resort Munyonyo for the AFREhealth conference that is being held for the first time in Uganda, hosted by Mbara University School of Science and Technology. So this is practically a networking event for health workers all over Africa. We're going to have delegates from all over Africa, doctors, healthcare professionals, academicians, researchers, students, innovators, I don't even know, name it. So the theme this year is From Innovation to Impact, basically strengthening health systems through healthcare education, through research, and through service delivery improvement. Oh, this is basically the networking event of the season for all healthcare workers across Africa. We're going to meet, we're going to interact, we're going to improve, we're going to teach, we're going to learn, and we are going to have a really good time while at it at Speak Resort Munyonyo. Will you say I didn't tell you? No. Will I say I didn't tell me? No. Will I say my outfit is ready? Very much. Can you join us? Of course you can. You can register through the AFREhealth website. You go to events.afrehealth.org and make your registration, and I'm going to attach all the details in this video. Will we have a good time? Yes. Don't say you don't know where the networks are. Yep. I'm inviting you to the networking stations. Bye.
Abde from Uganda. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the African Center for Global Health and Social Transformation, in short ACHEST, that is based in Kampala. And I'm really glad to be part of AFREhealth. I'm the immediate past president of this organization. I've seen this organization grow from a small organization into a big, impactful organization. We started off in Nairobi in 2016, where we had mainly 13 institutions within 12 countries that came together out of the Medical Education Partnership Initiative that had done a lot of work within the sub-Saharan African region. So the principal investigators decided that it was good to continue with that work, and there was no way we could continue it as the Medical Education Partnership Initiative because that project was coming to an end. So they came up with a resolution to form the African Forum for Research and Education in Health, and this has grown from 13 institutions to over 70 institutions, and many members have joined the organization from 12 countries to over 36 countries within the region. And also we've had an impact in many countries that may not even be members of this organization. I remember the excitement in Nairobi when this organization was formed, but also the anxiety as to how it would move forward. But right now, we can see that AFREhealth started small but has grown big. At the beginning, the resolution was put together by the principal investigators from the 13 original MEPI universities, and these were joined by the principal investigators of the NEPI project. And it has become an interprofessional, interdisciplinary organization that has done a lot of work in our region. As we celebrate 10 years of existence, it's exciting to see growth, to see impact, and to see an organization that is stable within the African region.
Hello everyone, my name is Professor Fatima Suleiman and I'm from the University of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban, South Africa. I was part of AFREhealth from the inception as a co-PI on the grant. And AFREhealth really came together to provide a platform for interprofessional networking in order to be able to build up collaboration for health education and research, health research in the African continent. It was really necessary to be able to collaborate together to generate the evidence we needed to be able to improve our ability to generate healthcare professionals that were relevant for our healthcare systems, but also evidence for care and treatment and strengthening of our healthcare systems. I think that 2 or 3 opportunities really stand out. The first is the fact that we created the learning management system, where we had the Stripe module online, and that was interprofessional training for strengthening care for HIV care and prevention. And I think the COVID-19 was another opportunity where we had webinars about how different countries were dealing with treatment and opportunities to be able to take care of patients under COVID-19 conditions. I think also the annual symposium provided a platform for people to come together and network and meet not just each other across the African continent and their mentors and people that they've been reading research about, but also funders and also people that they could then collaborate with or ask for more information, or even as young leaders develop their own little network. So congratulations AFREhealth for your 10 years, and I can only hope that you will continue from strength to strength and continue to provide the opportunities that Africa needs in order to be able to create their own experts. Thank you very much.
Hey, my name is Mike Reed. I'm an infectious disease physician and associate professor of medicine at the University of California, San Francisco. I first encountered AFREhealth nearly a decade ago as we were beginning to develop STRIPE, the Strengthening Interprofessional Education for HIV program. At the time, I think I expected AFREhealth to be an important network of African health professional institutions, a way of connecting universities and health leaders across the continent. It was, but what I hadn't appreciated was how powerful that network could be as a platform for actually getting things done. For me, as a US-based academic, African-led means that African institutions aren't simply the places where programs are delivered. They define the problems, design the solutions, and determine how those solutions evolve. And the role of partners like UCSF, the University of California, San Francisco, is to bring resources, technical expertise, relationships in support of that leadership, not to arrive with a program designed somewhere else. And I think STRIPE shows us what that looks like in practice. We started by designing the curriculum together in Kampala and Johannesburg, and then AFREhealth helped turn that initial idea into a genuinely continental program. We subsequently met in Durban and Lagos. We adapted and expanded the curriculum. We developed new modules. We incorporated new technology. I mean, when COVID came along, we pivoted from the STRIPE program being in person to online, a testimony to the ingenuity and versatility of AFREhealth. Academically, the STRIPE program has published numerous papers and ultimately trained, I think, more than 20,000 healthcare workers and over at least 1,000 health educators across 14 African countries. And I simply don't think that kind of scale or local ownership that made it possible would have happened without AFREhealth. But perhaps for me, one of the greatest privilege has been the relationships. Some of my closest collaborators now were forged through STRIPE and AFREhealth. And I think particularly of the remarkable leaders that we lost along the way, James Hakeem, David Olei, Alfred Mateta, whose leadership and generosity really helped shape this community. And it feels particularly fitting that the partnership that UCSF has been involved with has now evolved to include the James Hakeem Leadership Program, investing in the next generation of healthcare leaders in Africa. Looking to the future, I think the next 10 years, my hope is that partners like UCSF will change their mindset. With less emphasis on bringing our ideas and programs to Africa, much more investment in from African institutions, African leadership, taking African design solutions to scale, and maybe we can play a partnership role in that. But that's what I think AFREhealth has taught me, is that African-led partnerships can actually have a transformative impact. And it's really been a privilege for us at UCSF to play a role. So yeah, thank you. I look forward to the decade ahead and to being a partner in that process.
My name is Deborah von Zinkernagel, and I'm the director of STRIPE HIV, which is a partnership program between AFREhealth and the University of California, San Francisco. We began our work together in 2019, and it's been a highly rewarding and productive experience, advancing high-quality HIV/AIDS education in care and treatment and prevention, and focusing on new professionals who are in training and also those who are professionals who are out in practice, supporting them in delivery of care. What's been unique in this work has been that the strength of AFREhealth and its member institutions, which brings together both the experience and the expertise of academic and health professionals, practicing health professionals from a wide range of countries across Africa. From the start, the development of training materials has been informed by and led by highly experienced African health professionals in their field. And as new science and guidelines have emerged, And with the new challenges with infectious diseases such as COVID and Ebola, AFREhealth is
really well and made professors dance. She said she's so powerful. I had never seen some of the professors do those strokes, so it was exciting to see that. I won't mention who, but it was really surprising to see some of those professors celebrate that birthday, and that was really nice. So, AFREhealth at 10, we are going to reflect on a decade of African-led interprofessional leadership, achievements, lessons, and the path to impact, and looking forward what we are going to do in the next decade. But before we come to that, you know, we talked about the beginning of AFREhealth. We had MEPI and NEPI come together, and we had several PIs, principal investigators from different countries. Unfortunately, over the past 10 years, 3 of our PIs that were really instrumental in founding AFREhealth have passed on. So we will all rise up and take a minute of silence to remember our colleagues, Professor David Olalaye from Nigeria, Professor James Hakim from Zimbabwe, and Professor Alfred Muteta from Tanzania. Please stand up and we remember our colleagues that have passed on. May their souls rest in peace. And I knew all these people, and they were courageous Africans, and they wouldn't want us to be sad on this day. So we celebrate them, we remember that they were part of this organization at the beginning, and I know they would be happy. Wherever they are, they must be happy that AFREhealth has made 10 years. But I would also like to recognize all those that were there in Nairobi in 2016 when we started this organization. So I would like to request all those who are in Nairobi, not only PIs, everybody who was in Nairobi 10 years ago when we started AFREhealth, please stand up for recognition. Oh yes, okay. Thank you so much for being here. There are some others that are still in the other sessions that will be joining us. So we have a panel that we have put together that would like to come up and share with us what has happened over the 10 years. And then at the end, we'll ask you to join in and give us a way forward. Tell us how you'd like AFREhealth to look like in the next 10 years. So I'm going to invite Professor Francis Omaswa, the founder, executive director of the African Center for Global Health and Social Transformation, who was also one of the PIs who was there at that time when we founded the AFREhealth. And he was actually the PI for the African Coordinating Center for the Medical Education Partnership Initiative. Welcome, Professor Maswa. I would like to invite Mrs. Georgina Chirabo Yeboah, the Executive Director of AFREhealth, to come up. I love her new name. Chirabo means gift, and she's really been a gift to AFREhealth. She's made sure that AFREhealth grows during the time that she has been our executive director. I would also like to invite Dr. Roy Mobuke, a leader in health professions education and researcher in Africa, who has worked so hard to make many of our programs move within AFREhealth. Welcome, Dr. Mobuke. Unfortunately, Professor Abdon Mukalai from DRC is not here, so he could not make it. He would have been part of this panel. You know that when AFREhealth was started, we made sure that we were inclusive, both geographically and linguistically. So we made sure that the Francophone, Lusophone, Arabophone were on board. Professor Abdon Mukalai is not here with us, but we have Professor Irina de Sousa from Mozambique representing the Lusophone region. And she's a lecturer at Edward Mondlane University and a researcher at Mozambique Institute of Health, Education and Research. And they hosted us some years back in Mozambique, and we really had a great time. So thank you very much for joining us. And over the years, we've had partners. And so one of the people that we have, one of the organizations that we have worked with for a very long time is IDI, the Infectious Disease Institute at Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda. And Dr. Andrew Kambugu, who is the ED of that organization, is not here, but he's well represented by a colleague that we have worked with over all the years that we've worked with IDI. And I would like to invite Mr. Sylvan Kawoha, who is the Deputy Head, Strategic Planning and Business Development, to come forward. And he has really contributed to developing the business part of AFREhealth. Welcome, Sylvan. I'll get back here and sit with the panelists, and they are going to tell us about how it happened. We'll hear from Professor Maswa first. How did AFREhealth come about? What happened in Nairobi? What was the idea behind all this? And then we'll go on to hear from the others, how they have interacted with AFREhealth, and also they may say what they would like AFREhealth to do in the future. So, Professor Maswa, how did AFREhealth come about? What happened in Nairobi? What was in that resolution? Please tell us.
Thank you, Elsie, and good afternoon. It is after lunch, and I hope we will be able to keep you entertained and awake. So the question which I have been asked to answer, basically, this AFREhealth is a merger between MEPI and NEPI. So the question would be, where did these two come from? And the many answers, but one of the answers which we could take forward is that there is something which was called, or is called, the global health workforce crisis. And for a long time, those of us who have been in the sector for decades will recall when health workforce was not identified as a priority. I, for one, went to a donor. I was starting the Heart Institute in Kampala to ask for money to train some people. And the answer came very straight. So, oh, that has not yet been identified as a priority. So I went away. But then, over time, there was a series of meetings which were taking place at the World Health Assembly, and there were big quarrels between health ministers from Africa and those from the northern countries because of health workforce migration. In particular, the Minister of Health from South Africa at the time, the Honorable Manto Shabalala, was very, very strong about this. She would tell the other people in an open meeting, shut up, let me tell you how you are stealing our health workers, and you are not apologetic, and so on. So in the end, it was a decision that we should create a global partnership to address the global health workforce crisis. And I was somehow, from my job in Uganda as Director General in the Ministry of Health, I was asked to go to Geneva to coordinate the establishment of a global partnership. And indeed, we did create what was called the Global Health Workforce Alliance, and the very first global forum on human resources for health took place in this very hotel here, in one of the rooms on the side there, and adopted what was called the Kampala Declaration and Agenda for Global Action in the year 2008. Following that, in the year 2010, the World Health Assembly adopted what was called the WHO Code on the international recruitment of health workers. That was to address those quarrels between the ministers, because in the end they said, okay, let's stop this. Let's train one single pool of health workers which we share using the code. And immediately after that, there was a big upsurge of support for African countries to train health workers. Japan supported, I think, 24 West African countries. Norway gave a grant. The US gave us MEPI and NEPI around that time, 2010. And NEPI had, I think, Judy, you will tell us when I'm wrong, but I don't know how many schools were there in NEPI. 22. And in MEPI we had 13. And at the end of MEPI, as they were ending, there was a question about sustainability. And for MEPI, our organization, where Elsie and I belong, AFREhealth, we were the African Coordinating Center for MEPI, and I was a co-PI with the late Fitzhugh Mullan from Washington University in running MEPI. And one of the deliverables for the African Coordinating Center was framed as ensuring sustainability of the MEPI initiative. And in order to play that role, we were very active in ensuring that something is done at the end of the 5 years for action to continue. And together with the colleagues, George Washington University, NIH, Roger Glass, and so on, it was decided that we should form a multi-sectoral forum. And the Council of Principal Investigators of MEPI met and decided to invite the NEPI colleagues. And I think I remember getting involved, connected with the Judy there, and then ICAP. I think you were headquartered at the University of Columbia in New York. I remember going there, passing through many beggars in New York to go to the ICAP office there. And then, of course, we want to hear about the Nairobi resolution. I think maybe all these people one day should get a copy, an electronic copy. But the Nairobi resolution was drafted by the expanded council of MEPI, which now included leaders from NEPI. And on the 2nd of August 2016, in Nairobi, the day before, we had held a council meeting where this draft resolution was discussed and finalized. The first draft was constructed by us at Archest, and then it was enriched and finalized by the expanded council, which also included MEPI, NEPI. And on that 2nd of August, the session which adopted the resolution was moderated by Roger Glass and myself, and the draft resolution was presented by Peter Donko from Kumasi, where our secretary now is. I don't know what you want to hear about the resolution, but basically the resolution required us, one, to launch this partnership, and also I think initially the PI Council of MEPI, they proposed the name, but we're looking for a beautiful acronym to abbreviate the name, the African Forum for Research and Education in Health, and it fell to the late James Hakim from Zimbabwe. He was working at the University of Zimbabwe, but he was essentially a South Sudanese who grew up in Uganda, but ended up working in Zimbabwe. And he's the one who coined AFREhealth, James Hakim. He was very good at those type of things. And we were to invite all the professions and also to partner with the, not just African, but also global partners, and then to work with governments and other training institutions, and to collaborate with funders, and to address priority health concerns and emerging epidemics, to convene an annual conference, as we have done, and directed the chair of the expanded council to work with the secretariat to operationalize the resolution. So those were the key elements of the resolution. And I must say that this group elected the council which ran AFREhealth. What is interesting is that it was Milia Debut is here somewhere. I had lunch with him, but he doesn't seem to be in the room now. He was the chair of the MEPI Council at that year, and was going to hand over to Peter Donko. And so it was Peter Donko who presented the draft resolution to the meeting, and he took over being the chair of AFREhealth.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay, right. Just one comment as I conclude.
Okay.
One of the challenges at the end of the first year was the succession. Who would succeed Peter Donko? And that was an issue, but in the end, we settled for Marike de Villiers from Stellenbosch, with the deputy Abigail Kazembe from Malawi. But let me tell you that it was not easy to convince those two ladies to accept those jobs. It took a lot of work and also internal debates within ourselves. So that was one challenge. But then also the other thing to me really is that AFREhealth has a big job ahead of us. If you look at global health indices, African indices lag far behind those of other regions of the world. How can that be when there are people like us here in Africa? So we have a big challenge to make sure that we work to bring African health indices as near those of the rest of the world as is possible, as soon as possible. Engaging the African Union, the African CDC, our respective governments, ourselves individually, so that we have an impact. I suggest all the presentations must have a section which answers to the public health relevance of the topic which is being discussed. We touched on this yesterday with the CEO of the cervix. We touched on it also yesterday with the sickle cell disease. What are we doing to bring these conditions to control? The answers are known, but who is going to lead their solution? I put it that it is we who are here, individually and collectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And Professor Mbaswa has thrown to us that challenge. How can we be here and then our indices are lagging behind? So we have to do something about it. And I remember working with Professor as he was drafting that resolution. And what I remember, the comma must be where it should be. The capital letter should be, and that's how Professor Mbaswa works, and I've learned a lot from him. Everything should be perfect. He's a perfectionist. And I'm glad to see that that resolution was adopted and that AFREhealth came to pass. And for the first, at first we had Professor Peter Donko, who graciously sourced for a home for us at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Kumasi, and he got us space in the School of Public Health to have an office, and that was really beautiful, because after that, where were we going to be? But he offered to get an office for us, and so we got an office in Kumasi. And we had our first employee, Clara Woods. Please stand up for recognition. And Clara did a great job. And she continues to do a great job. And then for the first 2 years, Professor Peter Donko and Professor Mariki de Villiers actually were like the executive directors of the Secretariat. They did a lot of work putting things into place until we were able to get Mrs. Georgina Yeboah as our ED. So she was our first executive director, and she's still working very hard. She's worked very hard to make sure that AFREhealth grows, and we really appreciate her, because it was not easy. First of all, that person had to be in Ghana. And we didn't have a lot of funding to be able to pay somebody to go to Kumasi. So we're lucky to get a Ghanaian, a competent Ghanaian who could be in Ghana, in Kumasi, not even in Accra, to get the organization going. So we really appreciate you, Georgina. And Georgina has done a lot of work to make sure that we grow, that the membership grows, that we have institutional reach and reach to the countries. Georgina, what have been the challenges for getting membership into AFREhealth? And what do you plan for the future? You are still our ED. We want to hear about your plans for increasing membership of this wonderful organization. Over to you, Georgina.
Thank you very much, Elsie. And thanks a lot, Prof. Mbaswa. In our language, it says that it is good when you have elders in the house, because you ensure that you really get the history very well. I hope it is well noted so that we don't forget that. The students are here. Charles is nodding. All right. Just to let you know that presently, we have 74 institutions who are members of AFREhealth. That's how far we've grown. And we have over 2,000 individuals who are members. Some of these individuals belong to institutions. They belong to institutions which are members of AFREhealth. The countries that we have currently, we have 51 countries who are members of AFREhealth, and out of that, 43 are from Africa. And we have 3 from Europe, and then also we have 3 from the US, and then we have 2 members who are also from Asia, who are part of AFREhealth. So these are the people that we have. And we've tried to grow our membership. Yes, but we have challenges, I mean, as Elsie has asked us. One of the means that AFREhealth decided to grow its membership is through the regional chapters. Currently, we have 4 regional chapters, West Africa, Central, East, and then Southern Africa. So our members in these sub-regions belong to the various regional chapters. And so through the regional chapters, we are able to get more people on board. Unfortunately, some of the regions, especially the Central Africa region, hasn't been a strong region. We have only one person from the DRC who is the chapter lead, and that has really been a big task for him, mobilizing the people in that chapter. And so one of the areas that we haven't done well is the Francophones. Then another challenge is with North Africa, because I mentioned only 4 regions, and so North Africa is also another area where we need to get more people there. It is not easy really getting the people there. We have a few people, so that is also one of the challenges that we have reaching to North Africa. But I'll come to how we're looking at it. Also, one of the ways that we've also been doing in growing our membership is also through individual referrals. Just this year, we've got 2 institutions from Uganda who have joined AFREhealth, and it was through individual members who, by word of mouth, told those institutions about AFREhealth, and then they joined us. One of the institutions is here, Lira University, that joined us. And one of the things that we do is that when we get those referrals, we present to them AFREhealth, what we do, the benefits, and then we also tell them they should tell us what they can also offer us, because it's not about what we can give you, because AFREhealth is you. It is not the secretariat, it is you. So when you come on board, what can you also offer using the platform? And so that is what we've been doing. And just to talk about also the student community is another route that we've also been using. The AFREhealth student community, they have leadership, and so we also use them to bring on board members. The challenge that we've had with membership, starting from, I mentioned 74 institutions, some of the institutions are dormant. Why are they dormant? The contacts that registered those institutions, we are not getting them. You write the emails and it will not bounce back, but you don't even get any response from them. So one of the things that we want to do through that, the regional chapters, just before we came here, we've concluded election of new regional chapter leads. So after this conference, we are going to engage them. We'll get approval from the new executive committee, and then we will commission them to start their work. And one of the things that we want them to do is to get available and committed country representatives, because we need to be in all the countries. And one of the work of the regional chapters is membership drive. And so if you have members in each of the countries, then we'll be able, today we'll be taxed. With the support from the region and from the secretariat, you'll be able to get us the members from there. Also, the student community also, they've also elected new executives, so that will also go through approval from the executive committee. And then we will start working with them so that they also getting country representatives. It's very important because we need to grow in that area. And with them, once we have the country representatives, we'll be able to reach out to even dormant institutions in those countries. And also, we use our networks also to reach out to those institutions. I remember 3 years ago, we went for the Africa Regional Conference on Cancer, and I bumped into somebody from one of our dormant institutions. And I said, your institution is a member of AFREhealth. She said, I didn't know. I said, then, can you connect me? And through her, we got the institution reactivated. So it's one of the means that we know we can also use to do that. Thank you, Elsie.
Okay, thank you, Georgina. And the beauty with AFREhealth is that it is interprofessional, it's interdisciplinary. You've had engineers here from MAST. Thank you so much for bringing them on board, computer scientists, genetic experts. So everybody who's working in health is welcome to be a member of AFREhealth. And one of the strengths of AFREhealth has been capacity building. And I know that many of you here have worked on the capacity building programs in AFREhealth. But we've asked Dr. Roy Mubuke to represent you and tell us a little about what has been happening. So regarding AFREhealth capacity building programs, Roy, which achievements have had the most tangible effect from your perspective?
Thank you very much. I hope I can be heard.
Yes.
There are quite a number, but I'll choose the key ones that have had the most tangible effect. Like we've had the history of AFREhealth from 2016, NEPI, MEPI, up to where we are. So one of the key cornerstones of AFREhealth is to improve health professions education on the continent. And these leaders you see here have been fighting hard to make sure that that is achieved. And one of the areas where efforts have been put is capacity building of trainers who are working in institutions like the institutions we are representing today. And AFREhealth has made efforts to reach out to everybody in its capacity building programs. I think one of the key approaches AFREhealth has used is interprofessional collaboration. Like the previous speakers have mentioned, this is a value to AFREhealth. The professional barriers have been broken and silos have been put aside, and through all these capacity development programs, the approach has been interprofessional. So you find a mixture of various professions that have been represented in these capacity development programs. And key among those ones is the James Hakim Leadership Development Program. You've heard Professor Umas talking about James Hakim, who was very instrumental in AFREhealth. So it was one of the things we thought about to remember him, to start this leadership development training program, which has trained a number of people from various institutions within Africa. And AFREhealth received an award for this initiative from CUGH. And since I was the lead of that program, I also received the leadership award in Los Angeles because of this effort in establishment of this leadership development program, which is running up to date. And alongside that, there is also the Nursing Leadership Development Program, the James Hakim Nursing Leadership Development Program, which targets specifically nurses developing leadership capacity amongst that cadre of workers. So I think that has been a big achievement, which we are very proud of. But in addition to that, AFREhealth has also started the pedagogical training program to skill, after realizing that many of us, we find ourselves teaching, but we are not traditionally teachers. So we don't know how to teach, even if we have excelled in our different clinical disciplines. So recognizing that gap, AFREhealth started the pedagogical teaching program to skill professionals, health professionals who are involved in teaching future health workers to get the skills of teaching in various aspects of teaching. And we are pleased to say that this program has been very overwhelmingly supported. We get over 200 applications, but we cannot take all of them in a single cohort. So what AFREhealth has done is to train in cohorts. And we've just graduated our most recent cohort, which had about 70 trainees. And they have impacted wherever they are applying these skills. We've had a number of other capacity development programs like mentorship training programs where different people are tagged to mentors in the various institutions to collaborate on various aspects, sharing best practices in teaching and learning as well as research capacity. Other programs like the Stripe HIV, which also follow an interprofessional approach, has also been successfully rolled out. We have the Scholar RX program where we are trying to digitize teaching and learning materials together with partners from the Global North so that this is available to all member partners within AFREhealth. So when we invite you to contribute to that, please pay attention to that. So there are a number of initiatives, but these are the few highlights I can pick out. But important to note is that in all these, we have advocated for an interprofessional approach. So we bring in people from various health professional disciplines. They train together, they learn together from each other and with each other so that we do not leave anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roy. And as universities, I know there are leaders of universities here. These programs are open to all members of AFREhealth. Please take advantage of them. And if you go to our website, you will find out how to become a member and also how to get members of your institutions to benefit from these trainings. And these trainings, capacity building, whatever we do it ourselves with collaboration from people from other institutions outside Africa. But most of it is African-led. So we have Professor Ndwati is here on the programs. We have many others here who are working on the programs and making sure that we have them in the African pot, making sure that we don't lose our African perspective. But of course, we don't work in isolation. We are in a global world. We are supported, and we work with others to ensure that we have outcomes that are not only for our region, but effective globally. So we are so glad to have Irina from Mozambique with us. From the beginning, one of the setbacks with MEPI and even NEPI is that it was Anglophone-centered. So for this to be really Pan-African, we had to make sure that we reach out to other languages and also to make sure that geographically we included everybody that we could bring on board. And we're lucky to have Mozambique right from the word go because they were part of MEPI. And we've enjoyed really great working relationships with the University of Eduardo Mondlane in Mozambique. And they have brought on board other universities from Mozambique. So, Irina, you are here to really show the strength of Mozambique, and would like to know how Mozambique has benefited from AFREhealth concerning health professions, education, research, capacity building, and service delivery. Over to you, Irina.
Afternoon, everyone. Boa tarde in Portuguese, representing Lusophones. So, well, I'm a vivid example of what MEPI was and is because I have been trained by MEPI. I'm here representing the achievements of the program. I've been trained, and now I train other colleagues. And I've been working with another professionals. I'm a biologist, and I've been working with medical doctors at Hospital Central de Maputo. And at the university, Professor Elsie told us, I'm mixing Portuguese and English here. So it's Savio University, Luri University that are outside of Maputo. So Maputo is the capital of Mozambique. So are we reaching out other provinces and expanding our capacity building in Mozambique? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I remember at the beginning your English was not that good, but it is really good now. And you have challenged us. We've not learned Portuguese, but we went to Mozambique at the beginning and it was difficult to communicate. But the PI of Mozambique, by now she speaks such fluent English, and you can see Irina is following suit. So thank you very much. It's really been a pleasure working with the Mozambique and other countries. Would have had Professor Abdon here, but he could not make it from DRC Congo. We have worked very well with the Francophone. You remember last year we were in a synagogue, and we really had a good time. So we are all working together, all geographical parts of Africa, and it's really come out beautifully. And we, as I said, we work with partners. And one of the partners that we've worked with for a long time is IDI. We've worked with UCSF, with many others, but we've really worked with the IDI for a very long time. And we've worked with Sylvan specifically, and I think that's why Dr. Andrew Kambugu made sure that it's Sylvan who speaks instead of him, because Sylvan has worked very closely with AFREhealth and specifically with the AFREhealth Secretariat. So I would like to hear from you. We've had a long relationship between IDEA and AFREhealth. So how has this relationship benefited IDI and AFREhealth? Thank you. Over to you, Sylvan.
Thank you, Elsie. Good afternoon, or is it good afternoon still? Evening. Good evening. Elsie, this question is twofold. The first is the relationship and then the benefit. Yes. Okay. At the beginning of this relationship, we recall Professor Nelson and Professor Donko came to IDI and requested for a partnership in order for IDI to be a pass-through entity where these resources that they were applying for from the NIH would be received by IDI, though we very well knew that these resources were for AFREhealth. So we did sign an MOU, and in 2018 that grant was received. Now the challenge. You have the resources, but AFREhealth is a nascent organization. You do not have a secretariat in place, but you need to set up all these things that an institution needs in order for them to grow and implement what they have set out to do. So the first thing I recall doing was to go to Kumasi and meet with Professor Donko. And we agreed to perform a capacity assessment on AFREhealth because we needed to develop benchmarks that we would implement and ensure that there are certain things that are supposed to be put in place. We were very, how would I say, optimistic. So we set a 6-month period within which we would transfer these resources to AFREhealth. So one of the challenges then was to work with Professor Marike in setting up a secretariat. We thank Professor Donko for the office space, but then recruitment process, of course, that takes time. After you recruit, you've got to procure an office and set it up. I'd like to also say that we didn't do this alone. We also did this with JPIGO. I know JPIGO is not here, but they put in a lot of work. After setting up the offices, definitely we recruited staff, and yes, I recall the first person we saw was definitely Clara. And so the next challenge is that once you've put in a secretariat, remember you did a capacity assessment in year 1, and now you have a secretariat. How do you transfer these resources? We tried to transfer the resources to KNUST, but there was a bureaucracy, and we realized that there would be a struggle. So we got an audit firm at the beginning, and we used to transfer the resources. Instead of paying for all these costs from Uganda, we got an audit firm. But that wasn't sustainable. We had to build the capacity of the secretariat and make sure all the benchmarks have been met, and we transferred these resources once we had a secretariat in place. So that has been our journey, and we continued to perform a capacity assessment every year to measure that growth and monitor it, ensure that AFREhealth is in a very good place. So the second question was the benefit. So IDI put in a request. There was an advert from MasterCard Foundation immediately after COVID, and it was requiring organizations to apply in regions, specific regions. IDI's vision is an Africa free of infectious diseases. Now, wanting to go to the African continent without presence was very difficult. We approached AFREhealth and said, can we partner because you have a presence in Africa? We applied for one region, and when the award was given, they had given us all the regions, the whole of Africa. And that is basically because of AFREhealth and its presence in the rest of the continent. We went ahead to implement this program together, which birthed another grant. That was the first one was PROVE, then pharmacovigilance. Again, because of AFREhealth's Africa presence, we have implemented together the pharmacovigilance program. As we speak now, we are also planning on another partnership on workforce development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sylvan, and we really appreciate all our partners. You know, without them, we cannot do this, because there are benefits in collaboration, and AFREhealth really believes in collaboration. So we are growing together, and that is wonderful. So we've given you a bit of history and growth, and we are celebrating 10 years, which is good. And I think it's in economics. My economics is very poor, but maybe Sylvan will help. That most organizations do not grow beyond the 10th year, but AFREhealth is growing beyond the 10th year, which is really wonderful. But we would like to hear from you. I know we have very limited time, but we would like to hear from you. You've heard about AFREhealth and how it has grown, and many of you are members of AFREhealth. What would you like to see in the next 10 years, in the next decade? Where would you like AFREhealth to go? Where haven't we touched? What would you like us to do? So please, the floor is yours. Please get us the microphone, and we hear from the audience as to where they would like us to go, and complementing what you've heard from the panelists. I know you have so many ideas. We have innovators here. Please give us your ideas. What would you like AFREhealth to look like? There's somebody there. Please move quickly with the microphones. We don't have a lot of time.
Thank you so much. Jonathan Mulunji, medical officer, a research doctor at IDI and part of Medic Center. I think what I would think is that this is something which has been created by Africans and solving African problems. We know that with the whole notion of global health, there's a whole idea that the new generation will have to benefit a lot from artificial intelligence. So I think that on the panel or with the new resolutions, I think gauging in with the new notion of artificial intelligence, especially in the field of health, would come in handy, because I think that will actually leapfrog us in things about innovation. And because I believe in the global north, this is one of the things that actually is one of the conversations which is going on. And then also the other bit of it is resilience, but also having kind of a fully fledged economic structure budget whereby we may not necessarily rely on outside funders, because we realize that, as what Professor Basira said, that this conference may not have been there because of of Ebola and everything. So when we have this when we have these conditions coming on board, and I believe they will keep on coming on board. So how can we remain resilient and reliant on ourselves, despite the different changes that might come in, especially with the different changes of epidemics? So I think that bit of remaining resilient, but looking at governments investing in these different entities, because this is a place where researchers are quite many at different levels. That's the thing. And then lastly, probably bridging in the gap between the younger researchers and the older researchers. I think having that kind of relationship to see that people can be able to understand each other, but also build on each other. I know those that have come before us have benefited from Fogarty, from EDCTP, but a lot of the younger people like us might not necessarily know how to move that way. That is really in infectious disease, but also even in surgery. So how do we bridge that gap? And I think bringing the younger people, because that is how we can maintain the forest running throughout. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution, and we are really taking notes. You can see the Secretariat is making sure that we take note of what else we would like us to do. Thank you so much. Somebody here, then a lady in the back. Where?
Well, thank you very much. So, yeah, Ms. Georgina, you said so. The efforts for inclusion of various, linguistic regions, and what I would suggest is a lot of effort in engaging, institutions personally, not really counting on, people, bridging, but making a lot of effort to engage those institutions. And especially for Francophone, there is this issue, it seems to be kind of there is a divide between Anglophone and Francophone. But we are the same in having the same issues, but we don't really engage much more. So the effort I would like to see in AFREhealth is this, efforts or increased efforts to engage institutions for this analysis. I mean, this needs assessment also to know what are the challenges for those weak regional chapters not moving forward. Maybe it's a matter of, moral consideration and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a lady back there, then over the other end, then we'll come back to the center.
Thank you very much. I'm Lydia Ninsima from Barra University. We thank you for this AFREhealth. My disappointment was one. We are celebrating 10 years, but I was chanced to know about it because we had to be the host. I got it from my host supervisors. So what am I driving at? I'm saying if at all we can make massive mobilization, sensitization, more particularly to the young researchers, and I think this can be better. I'm just ashamed that I've got to know after 10 years because of not knowing about this. Thank you.
Don't worry, the next 10 years, you are going to grow, you are going to enjoy the benefits of AFREhealth. We are going to finish in a few minutes, but there were two people there. The others, okay, okay. Since there are just one person from this side, then we go back there and we will have to complete. Sorry about time.
Thank you very much. I am Dr. Caroline Charles from Solina Health, Nigeria. It's really impressive how far AFREhealth have gone within 10 years, because I tell you, even for startup, the first 10 years is usually very difficult. And also hearing the numbers, 2,000 members, wow, that's massive. But then I think we need to do a lot on our visibility. Some of us just got to know AFREhealth because somehow LinkedIn All right, good. So what it means is that a lot of people in the development sector are not aware of AFREhealth. I was also happy to hear that JPIGO made a lot of contribution to the startup, and I think that's basically the first development partner I've had. I've seen a lot of academic, I've seen a lot of universities. We need to increase our visibility. Since we say that AFREhealth is interprofessional, we have also talked about competency issues, and that is because probably we are not having a lot of exposure to the practical work or to the field or to the communities. So trying to bring in development sector to be part of AFREhealth will be good, especially given that we are looking at that point where Africa can be independent, where we are no longer depending on donors for everything. Let's just look at what has happened to HIV or some other projects because of fund seizing. So because we are looking towards Africa being dependent, we need to find a way to get ourselves to partners. We can write, we can advertise ourselves, and let's not dwell on what they will bring on board, because there's no development partner that will join you that will not bring something on board. First, they will see a lot of grants, and like my brother mentioned, we could get a lot of partnership just by even AFREhealth, for the fact that, okay, this organization is partnering with AFREhealth, who has a presence in all of the African countries. It will bring a lot of business for AFREhealth. And then if you also look at our sites, I see some leadership skills, and it's all around nursing. When we are able to bring in partners, we'll see that we'll have organizations that would volunteer to even build our capacities, even help us support our e-learning with data analysis and all of that. So we need to increase our visibility and then make it fully interprofessional, because like I said, it's looking like it's more of academics. Make it really interprofessional, where people in the development sector, people in the ministries, I'm looking at a situation where in the years, every country you enter the ministry, you see a member of AFREhealth. Any development organization, WHO, UNICEF, Solina Health, JPIGO, SFH, name them, you see a member of AFREhealth. It becomes a home name. Like it becomes a home name that everywhere you move in, you are somehow going to see a brother or a sister. A family kind of a thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have two from that side and we'll have to close. What I'm going to ask you to do is, Clara, please stand up. So all those ideas that we may not have voiced here, please give them to Clara. We'll take note of them, and then she's putting up her hand in the corner there. Clara will take care of that. So two people and then we close.
Hello?
Oh.
Am I audible? Yes?
So,
Can you hear me?
okay.
Yes. So my name is Luther. I am an occupational therapist, and I'm excited to be here. I am interested in innovative work for persons with disabilities. So one of the things that I've gathered while I was here, and it's things that I came across when I'm busy doing my research. So I'm doing my postdoc study at the moment, and I'm trying to engage universities across Africa. So one of the challenges that we are having, or I'm having as a researcher, is that there's a lot of barriers when you go around trying to do research with different universities in Africa. So one of them is the fees. that we have to pay to contribute to what's going to be benefiting the continent, I'm hoping at the end. I don't know if this is something that AFREhealth can assist with, but I thought let me just also add my voice to this. So for an example, some institutions, they would say you need to pay, for the reviewers to look at your proposal, you need to pay thousands and thousands of, whether it's shillings or US dollars, of which I don't have as a student. So I don't know if AFREhealth can do something about that.
That's noted. Please note that.
Thank
you very much. I'm sorry, there was a lady right. Okay, let's do the gentleman, and then the lady will be the last one. I'm sorry to cut this short.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am George Adimo from Nigeria University of Ibadan. AFREhealth has really done very, very well in the last 10 years. And we can see that AFREhealth has actually filled a void which Africa actually needs. However, be that as it may, the question is this. We have had many other African-driven initiatives like this in the past. And where are they today? They have fizzled out. Why have they fizzled out? Because of primarily the issue of funding, the issue of leadership and interest of individuals. How can AFREhealth guide against all of this? And how can AFREhealth sustain itself? I think that AFREhealth should ensure that you deliberately look for people who will be interested, who can move the organization forward. And also, as somebody has said here, there's also a need to ensure that there are also the younger people who can be a backup junior ones, even though you want the top people to lead because they have the experience. And then it's also important to have something sustainable for funding. In this kind of organization in Europe, would actually have some kind of linkage with the regional bodies such as EU, European Commission, and the likes. So why can't AFREhealth also have to do with AU, with ECOWAS, and other regional organizations like that, so that we can have sustainable source of funding, and this will ensure that AFREhealth will last and last forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last comment from that lady over there.
Thank you so much, AFREhealth. My name is Mary Namuksa. I work with Mbarara University and Massachusetts Center for Global Health. I appreciate the 10 years, and we have seen a lot of what you have discussed. But as a center that is standing up to see that you advance Africa's research, we need to know how we are going to mobilize the resources we have to invest into research. Because trust me, we are so many researchers here, but I would say that the biggest percentage is internationally funded. And when funds come, the funder has priorities. And sometimes those priorities are actually not the pressing problems we have. But because you want the money, you want to keep the team, you have to say, let us prioritize what the funder wants. So if we want to improve our health and we want to tackle the most pressing problems, we want to find out how can we stand as Africans to do our research and to mobilize the resources locally to fund this research. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very important. And what I hear is African leadership and ownership. And also bring the youth on board. I used to think I was young, and then every time I'm being challenged, bring young people on board. So I've known that where my age is now. So in the next, we need to take on technology and AI, and that has been emphasized. Sustainability, and this
right from the beginning as we formed AFREhealth has been on our lips. We need to sustain this organization. So members, thank you so much. Let us thank the panelists for their contribution. And thank you very much for all the contributions. And if you wanted to say something and you could not voice it because of time, please see Clara and put it down and we will try to respond. So we go to our AGM and thank you for your patience. Over to you, Georgina. All right. So as I said, we are moving on to our annual general meeting. Sit in, enjoy, but when it comes to adopting anything, if you're not a member, you can't adopt. But we just want you to know more about us. So Clara, we are ready. Can we have our agenda on the board? Who is projecting for us the agenda? I know some people have already joined online. Some of our members have joined online. So if we can have the agenda. And our president is chairing the AGM, Prof. Sawan Kambo. Just a few minutes. He was just here. Maybe he's just stretching and then comes back. And then whilst we get the agenda on the screen. Can we have it on the bigger screen? I can see it on the smaller one. The ones here, but... okay. If you are a member of AFREhealth, you already have it. So you can go to your emails and then you pick it from there because this has already been shared. It was shared weeks ago. Do we have our company secretary and the auditors online? Okay, that's great. So our president is in. He'll be taking his seat soon. Shall we have our vice president also and our treasurer? These are the officers of the forum: the president, the vice president, the treasurer, Professor Priska Olabisi Adejumo, the steering committee, the conference steering committee chair. Please take your seats. Yeah, please, Judy, our vice president, please, Prof will be coming. He's just inside here, so please take your seat. He will be chairing.
Priska, I don't know whether today you've collected money from people. We need money. Last year you collected money. Last 2 years you collected money. This year I haven't seen you collecting money. Please do that, otherwise we'll collect it from you.